The conference will be mostly dedicated to the current political situation, and thank you, Gert, for bringing in the UK and the UK forces that helped gain independence for Estonia. Working for the British Council, this is something that we think about very, very, very often. And probably the current audience is aware that Estonia is the place where about 800, sometimes 900 NATO forces from the UK are based. And strange as it may seem, although we are a soft power organization, we work quite closely with these NATO soldiers and bring them into the activities that we are doing. I also do apologize. I see some of the people in the audience who have heard my presentation on grassroots organizations before. I tried to amend, and of course all the pictures are new. The British Council was set up in 1934. We are the first cultural relations organization in the world. And our aim has always been to build trust and understanding between different countries and nations. It was the time before the Second World War. Already Hitler was very, very strong. We were expecting something like that may happen. It escalated, of course, and although the idea was to bring in different countries and nationalities, we couldn't avoid the breakup of the war. Similarly, I don't think any sane person could think before February last year that we will be experiencing something atrocious similar to what we knew from the 1940s, that it will happen again in Europe. We consider ourselves very civilized, so it was beyond us. Although I know the politicians and the defense people predicted that something like that will happen. The British Council has been working on very different levels, but what I will be focusing on is really the grassroots work that we are doing. But on the other hand, it's not just the civil societies organizations that we are working with. We are training people, building 21st century skills. We are working with lots of organizations in very, very different areas. And of course, we are working with the government institutions as well. My today's presentation will be focusing on the work that we have been doing over the last 7 years now, and working with civil society organizations. The British government understood after what happened in Donetsk and Lugansk and Crimea that the 3 Baltic countries were the eastern border countries of the EU. And something needed to be done because historically they were quite aware that the populations were diverse, and particularly on this side of those countries, there were predominantly Russian-speaking communities who were very much under the Russian media influence. So the aim of the program that was started in 2016 was really to help stabilize and build the sustainable civil society, but also to counter disinformation in these particular communities. So it was quite a difficult task to a cultural relations organization, which had usually been bringing in artists, wonderful orchestras, arts organizations. So this switch to something a lot more hardcore, which we actually couldn't talk about openly to the target audiences, and terminology like vulnerable audiences and extremely vulnerable audiences, which we were using in our own terminology, of course, we couldn't address to the communities that we were working with. When we started in 2016, we very much went to the organizations that we had been working together with for a long time. The British Council in Estonia was set up in 1993. We started doing the usual stuff, going to the usual suspects who were working with those Russian-speaking communities. In Estonia, it is around 90% still, 27, 28% according to the statistics. And the request from the British government was to address these communities, but we understood immediately that you can't build social cohesion by addressing just this community separately. Cohesion happens when we do things together. So our first aim was really to find agents and civil society organizations in those difficult areas, which in Estonia is predominantly northeast Estonia, but at that time Tallinn was also about 40+% Russian speaking. So we tried to find civil society organizations in those areas. It is strange, and we understood that the Estonian civil society is extremely active. Considering that we are a nation of 1.3 million, we have 800 choirs that come together, prepare for the song festival every 4 years. Similarly, hundreds of dance groups, fishermen, cooking clubs, reading clubs, knitting clubs. You just think of something and you'll find a community, an Estonian community that is organized around a specific theme or topic, and people going and mixing all the time. What we discovered, it was very difficult, very, very difficult to find civil society organizations who were working with the Russian-speaking communities. And for the Russian-speaking communities, I need to explain that we have about 60 different nationalities, national minorities. And by the way, Estonia was the first country to pass the law about the autonomy of the national minority organizations. So we have had those communities working, but they are kind of operating separately. We have a Ukrainian dance group. People come together, do a little bit of handwork, but they are not united. And it was very, very difficult, actually, to get to those communities. And here I must say also a huge, huge thank you to Vasily and Irina and the family who have been supporting in organizing all the big events. And it is strange, but this is the phenomenon in the Estonian society, that we are so small that even I have to bring in my family to help sometimes organize a big event. But every time I have worked with you, your family stands so strong behind you. So a huge thank you. And you have been... You have been the organization who has been the most successful. And the most successful in the sense that you have been able to give us access to the communities that we would never be able to access. Be it the pensioners' unions, some of the student unions. In last summer school, I think we had about 70 different civil society organizations from this part of Estonia that I had never heard about. So this is exactly how we have been able to go and do the work that we have been asked to do. We are a tiny team. For 6 years, we were a team of 2, but over these years, we have implemented and supported about 260 different projects in arts, in education, in sports. We have a very strong program for arts in social inclusion. And we have been also the mediators. I can see more and more between the local people, the different small organizations, but even the government institutions, because I'm seeing that sometimes the government institutions and the ministries are even afraid to go into those communities. And that was one of the big surprises for me. So being a cultural relations organization has given us kind of the trust that the people would accept us among them. And another very, very important thing for projects of this kind, you need to have these people on board, and you need to develop the projects together with them. So the initiative needs to come from them. We help to build their capacity. We give them a little bit of funding, expertise, bring in other organizations, but they take the responsibility. And I think this is one of the big things, actually, one of the things that we were discussing with Yevgeny for the Nordic Council of Ministers, who is doing a very similar thing in Estonia. We seem to have, in this part of Estonia, either absolute lack and apathy, and lack of interest and apathy, or there is a small group of civil society organizations who are doing everything. They are doing arts, they are doing civil action, they are doing bazaars, and after 15, 20 years, I see that these people are burning out. So we try to support them as much as possible. But this has been the issue, and this is something that we have lobbied with the ministries as well, that working, this project type of working is not sustainable. Yes, we have been supporting these small civil society organizations already 7 years. As long as we are there, and Nordic Council of Ministers is there, and the German embassy and the Americans are there, we give them funding. But this is not sustainable. Although we are thinking of building this ecosystem, this at some point needs to be taken up by the local authorities, all the government institutions, or there needs to be really clear funding lines to support these civil society organizations. Though this is the learning from the work that we have been doing. I've just given a few examples of the work. A very strong element of all those 7 years, and that was a special plea basically from the British government, was to week in media literacy. And coming here, even visiting Narva a couple of years ago when we banned the Russian media outlets, I went into the hotel in Narva, and what do you think? If I switch on the TV, and what do I see? The Russian outlets. So that was a big surprise for me. I haven't been in that hotel after that, so I don't know. I hope they have changed in the hotel where we're staying at the moment. We do have the Estonian channels and some international channels, but that was a shock for me, to be honest. So working on media literacy again, you all who have been working in this area, it has to be very much tailored very much to the audience. And again, the Sillamäe Civil Society for Child Welfare, they know what kind of language to use, what level of training it needs to be. Our experience has been it has to be long-term, and they need to have hands-on work, especially the young people, starting to create, analyzing media sources, but starting to create their own things. And then they will fly, and they will go to their homes and grandmas and tell them also, listen, this is not all true what you are hearing from the Russian outlets. So this has been a really strong element in our work as well. And some really good examples from this region I have thought about. Last summer we had a very interesting project with Iran arts residency, and I don't know if anybody, it must be out of your mind, somebody who wants to go and work in an entirely Russian, basically men's-dominated area where they have huts for boats. This is their resort. When they go away from their wives, nagging wives, I'm just, sorry, using stereotypes, but this has been the idea behind it. They have their huts on a water reservoir. They spend their summer there. Some of their huts have been built into summer houses. This is kind of the men's paradise. And us going into that community, it took a lot of courage. But we have an excellent partner who has established itself in Narva Arts Residence, and they took the challenge, and we created a special program then. We introduced some artists, international artists, who were working with that community. And over the summer, we had built the trust of that community to that level that we had a big festival where they welcomed really everybody. When we started, they drew ropes and they didn't let people come to their territory. It was their sacred territory. And this is the community we would have never been able to reach. But bringing them into a different kind of thinking, opening up their perspective to other ideas and influences has constantly been behind the work that we have been doing. Unfortunately, in winter there isn't much to see, but if you come in summer, it is an incredible, it's called Narva Venice, but it's a crazy place. Another big area that we have been working on has been women's empowerment. And again, what we have discovered is that the mentality between the communities is very, very different, and probably it resonates with at least people from some countries. Estonians are very Nordic, Scandinavian looking, independent, quite strong. They are in high positions, particularly in the arts and culture areas, music, but we have more and more people in high business roles as well. When I started working with the Girls Empowerment Project, Future Heroes, and we brought in girls from this part of the world, the best thing that I heard was a father saying that, can you imagine, I don't recognize my daughter. After a few training sessions that the girls had spent with us, the father says, she's not silent at the table anymore. We are arguing, we are discussing. She has got views on life, which we never discussed. So I think we can bring really significant change with those grassroots projects. And this is equally important. And of course, the strength of the civil society has been shown when we have been working with the Ukrainian community in Estonia. Estonia has taken quite a big percentage of Ukrainian immigrants. I think it's, maybe can correct me, but around 120,000 Ukrainians have passed through. Half of them have stayed in Estonia. For a small country, we are on the verge of already when we can't give them a sufficient support. But the initiatives that are coming from the grassroots organizations or individuals has been amazing. And this really demonstrates the strength of the civil society, which we all should be supporting. I think with this I come to the end of I hope I didn't overcome the time that I was given. I will be around both days. If you're interested in the different 260 projects that we have been doing, I'm here, happy to talk, happy to share my experience. So thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Ursula. Thank you for all this information that you shared with us. Also, I took some elements from what you have presented to us, and I agree with you that soft power is not only a must, but I think it is more powerful than the military or the hard power. Because, of course, yes, it's much slower, but it goes much deeper, and it is also has a lasting effect. And I am in a position to really underline the work that the British Council has been doing, particularly in my previous life when I was with the Anna Lindh Foundation, with the Young Arab Voices, then the Young Mediterranean Voices after that. And I know that it is one of the most successful programs that the Anna Lindh Foundation has run. I also took note of what you said, particularly when it comes to the importance of cohesion, whether it is within a group, a society, a country, an organization. Cohesion is really the most important element in the group. But also, I applauded the mention of what the Golikovs have been able to do, particularly creating this commitment of the entire family. But I would like to add that they have two families, maybe one family with a large extension in the international community. As I see here, they have members of the family. They are Finnish, they are British, they are Danish, they are Polish, and they are also from Tunisia. So we really believe that they have created a very large family and very successfully. Now we would like to give you an even broader view perspective of the situation, and for that I am very, very pleased to call on Mr. Krista Haugland, Director of the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Estonia. And I can tell you, for having had previous opportunities to listen to his presentation, and also most recently the discussion we had yesterday, I know that we are going to have a very, very interesting presentation. Mr. Haugland?
Thank you, Ambassador. Dear friends, Mr. Ambassador, you put a lot of pressure on me right now, but to begin with, I would like also on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers to welcome all of you to Narva and to this conference. And I would also like to start with thanking the Golikov family and their entire team for their great and very, very valuable work that they are doing. And we are very, very pleased to support this conference and the work that you are doing. The organization that I represent, the Nordic Council of Ministers, we are 5 countries: Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. And then we have 3 autonomous areas: the Åland Islands, Faroe Islands, and Greenland. But this organization has been here since, much like a British Council, since 1991. It was actually even open before the re-independence of Estonia. And we have also, our way of working is much similar to what Ursula mentioned about British Council. And I would also like to say that I very much share actually 100% of what the previous speakers said. We think it's very, very important to be present not only in Estonia but also in the other Baltic countries. And when I came to Estonia in 2015, and the first week, actually exactly 8 years ago, I came to Narva. And when I saw Narva at that time, I immediately thought that we need to do something here, we need to be present here, and that led to a decision that we made, and we opened a small office here in Narva in 2016, and we recruited an incredible person, Yevgeny, who is here, I guess, somewhere. I don't know, I can't see him, but he's doing a marvelous job in Narva. So we have seen very good things happen during these years, and our aim is, of course, to continue with that work. But since I will be talking later in the afternoon, I thought that I would be really brief right now. What is it that we want? We want democracy, not autocracy. We want trust, not threats. We want discussions, not silence. We want inclusion, not isolation. We want freedom of speech and press, not censorship. We want hopefulness, not hatred. We want happiness, not evilness. We want love, not aggression. And last but not least, we want peace, not war. And we want a fair victory for Ukraine against the brutal aggressor. I wish you all really fruitful discussions today, and once again, thank you so much for arranging this conference. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Högland, you increased our expectations for this afternoon presentation. Thank you very much. And I really believe that the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the 10 points that you mentioned as being what we want, I think that they summarize the direction that we would like to steer this conference in terms of finding ways to apply these and reach these goals. Thank you very much. And now it is my pleasure to call on Mr. von Lübke from the German Baltic Youth Foundation, who is going to give us another perspective of the issues. So, Oh, he's online. Okay, good. All right. All right. He's on the screen. Mr. Van Lubke, can you hear us?
Yes, good
Good.
morning.
Okay, thank you. Please. Good morning.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me, and thank you especially for Vasily and his team. I'm really sorry that I cannot be physically in Narva today. While Skype and Zoom are helpful tools, they are only substitutes for face-to-face meetings. Joining you in Estonia would definitely be much more fun. We are living in challenging times, facing lots of uncertainties, both with regard to secular topics as well as to the immediate impact of the ongoing war in Ukraine. For both, it is important to base our considerations and our actions on our common values, on rule of law, human rights, and democracy. These are global values, and these are European values at the same time, based on the ideas of Immanuel Kant and other great people. As German Baltic Youth Foundation, we stand for these values. And like Yosilamäe Society for Child Welfare, we are organizing platforms for exchange and deliberation to make young people heard. That's why we are using the hashtag Europe shall hear you. For the sake of time, I will not talk about our papers in detail, but point you to our website, dbjw.de. We have posted the ideas on sustainability our youth ambassadors have developed as civil society representatives in October in Riga, jointly with numerous experts. While we have very important secular topics to explore as a civil society, like democracy, demography, decarbonization, and digitalization, I would like to focus my intervention today on the cruel reality that has struck us 11 months ago when Putin decided to invade Ukraine. Our friends and partners in Ukraine do suffer even more than those brave European citizens in Belarus who are being oppressed by the Lukashenko government. I admire the strength and the fortitude of the people of Belarus and Ukraine. I also admire the courage of those Russians who are standing up against Putin's dictatorship and suffer from horrible oppression. We are lucky to live in the European Union. Yesterday, it was 80 years since the Battle of Stalingrad ended with the victory of the oppressed party over their fascist enemy. All of us have undertaken that such a crime would never happen again. However, today, again, a fascist government is sending soldiers into criminal action, is violating international law, and is responsible for murder, slaughter, rape, and torture. What can we do as democratic members of the United Nations to support the brave victims? What can our governments do? Assemble a wide international coalition, seek to include India and China? What can our armies do? Support with weapons and military training, with hard power, as you called it, Excellence? What can our industry do? Produce the necessary weapons and as much ammunition as needed. What can be our contribution as civil society? Let me give you 3 examples. Our media need to fight fake news and other propaganda. All of us, everybody needs to help refugees. And last but not least, think tanks need to prepare for the reconstruction of Ukraine and for the cohesiveness of our societies. I think we can be proud, or let's call it glad. I think we should be delighted that our European Union is standing together under this pressure. I see 3 groups of reasons to do what we can as long as it is required. The first group being compassionate reasons. Obviously, within the EU, we are still in a comfortable position. Most of the hardship is focused on Ukrainians. Hence, they deserve all possible support from us. Second, there are also egoistic reasons. Ukraine is defending our common values. Should they surrender, we may well have to encounter further attacks. And third, last but not least, there are global reasons. Security and cooperation between nations is at stake in Europe and worldwide. Should Ukraine be defeated, many other targets become more likely to be attacked by violators of international law. For the sake of clearly speaking out against the aggression, I propose the following amendment to your draft Narva Declaration. I suggest to replace the following sentence: conflict in Ukraine, the network calls for an immediate end to all military operations and the necessity to find a peaceful solution to the conflict and avoid further destruction and casualties. Instead, I propose the following wording. On Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the network calls for an immediate withdrawal of all Russian soldiers and paramilitary troops from Ukraine's territory, in line with the Charter of the United Nations, in order to stop further destruction and casualties. Any peaceful solution must include honest efforts by the aggressors to compensate the enormous material and immaterial damages incurred. Our diplomatic services and civil societies stand ready to address the huge challenges Europe's people are facing in rebuilding Ukraine as well as cross-border relationships. Ukraine must remain free to decide about the right moment for entering into negotiations. It is not up to us as governments, civil societies, or generally supporters to call for an end to all military operations, since this would prevent Ukrainians to free the occupied parts of their home country, as well as their compatriots currently living and starving in occupied regions. I would highly appreciate if you decide to adopt this proposed amendment. In addition, for the next meeting of GBN, our German-Baltic Youth Exchange Network, we have agreed with our Ukrainian partners that they will send 2 delegates to Hamburg in April. I'm sure that their presence will enhance our meeting considerably. Let me echo the point made by British Council. Across the European Union, we need stable funding for the civil society as for others in order to have a stable environment to continue this important soft power. Thanks to all of you for focusing on Ukraine. Let us cooperate to ensure that again, the oppressed people will win against the fascist aggressors. Slava Belarus, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Lubke, for this presentation and the proposal that you have put forward. We have taken note of all of that. And I also thank you for presenting what you feel that Europe, both officially but in terms of civil society, also needs to do. And I think it's also very important that we also do emphasize that there is a role for the international community here to bear, particularly when it comes to the United Nations. I believe that it is very important that we strengthen the role of the United Nations so that international law, again, will be the law by which all nations around the world will go by. Thank you again, and now I would like to call on Darina Skiba. Okay, thank you. From the All Ukrainian Movement. Let's do it. Darina?
Thank you. Dear organizers, guests, participants of conference, my name is Darina Skiba. I am a deputy leader of the biggest eco movement in Ukraine. Let's do it, Ukraine. My name is Dasha, and that's why, first of all, I would like to thank Estonian people around the world. Thank you, everyone who supports Ukraine in this difficult time. It's approved it. Before the war, we had a big network in activities that create a lot about ecology. Now, they create about their lives and environment. Let's Do It Ukraine teams didn't give up and made different projects, both humanitarian and ecology, right during the war. We managed to do a lot of activities during bombings without light and stable communication, because we understand the importance of it. We can do it every day, having everything you need. Let's do it together. Everything in the world is connected. If you think that the war is somewhere far, maybe for some of you even on another continent, we all have understood that the consequences of it will affect everyone. We need to care for the environment because it is our home. In the first 2 or 3 months after started the war, our waste system stopped working. The road was broken. And it was a very big problem. That is why people in Ukraine now understand that we have to take care in the environment. We have a student in Ukraine now where our life can fit in a size of bag. Do we really need too much? One bag, a passport, some money, some food, and water. Maybe this kind of zero waste way of lead is possible in everyday life, and people don't need a war to realize that if all you need for happiness is your family, blue sky, smiles, food, and a place to sleep. The war in Ukraine is on ecocide. Our air is polluted. Our land is polluted. People are dying and animals are dying. 30% of our territory is mined. This is a very big problem for the whole world because it's a changing ecosystem and they need a balance. The war is 67 kilometers away from you. The war is happening now. Ukraine's ecology has saved the most science world war second. 10 million Ukrainians left Ukraine. It's like 7% of the population of Estonia. 30% of the territory of Ukraine is mined. It's like 4% of the territory of Estonia. In wartime, 2022, we did ecologist program. More than 190,000 Ukrainians joined World Cleanup Day in 2022 in Ukraine. It was a very important social activities for the whole country because it was the first time that people could do something that was not related to war or humanitarian aid. It was a change for people to meet, to do a nice thing for something in the environment. Donetsk region, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk also participated. It's very important to understand that all the regions we under occupation. Some of them still are. It made us realize that if we can organize it something like this in the war zone in Ukraine in 2022, we can be done anywhere. We organized World Cleanup Day in September 2022. Had two forms, traditional cleanupping and digital cleanup. We faced many, but we did it together with the army, municipality, communities and organizations. We have more than 5,000 locations and more than 66,000 participants for traditional cleanup. $10 million Ukrainian left Ukrainian. We invited citizens of Ukraine to join wherever they are during the World Cleanup Day, Mariupol, Irpin, Bucha, Hostomel, Chernivtsi, Luhansk, and other cities under the efforts around the planet. The planet is now our home. In December 2022, Ukraine has allowed during the use plastic bags. So we made a handmade eco bags project Mishechik. For Ukrainian, it's translate like a bags. In 2022, school students, their teacher, parents, handmade friends, handmade more than 21,000 eco bags that they use every day inside of plastic. Old t-shirts, sheets were used as materials. As a result, in 2022, we could save Ukraine from more than 6 billion plastic bags. We are the biggest environmental NGO in Ukraine before the war, and when the war started, we realized that we had so many people who could help others. And we become one of the biggest humanitarian family. In the first day of the war, we created one of the biggest international humanitarian projects, Let's Do It Ukraine SOS. This project is made to save civilian people lives by providing them with essential needs such as water, food, clothes, medicine, blankets, each other. Together we help more than 1 million civilians of Ukraine. For Let's Do It Ukraine, SOS project, United Nations give us and mentions UN SDG Actions Award in 2022. We also actively worked in making a network for humanitarian shelters and co-working out of old building. So that civil people and activists had a secure place to live, grow, and work decently. Houses like this created in Kyiv, Chernivtsi, Dnipro region. The humanitarian mission will continue in 2022. We dream of opening a network of houses for volunteers and internally displaced persons in all regions. It is important to continue support because some people don't have even access to water or food right now. Thank you, world, for reminding people everywhere that war is not over, and then I can build place and we work together. Rebuild ecosystem in the world, take care of the environment. Thank you for belief that different scripts is possible and that we can build together a peaceful tomorrow. Let's do it, clean world together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darina. And thank you for sharing with us all the work that Let's Do It Ukraine has been conducting in both in terms of the environment with the EcoBac project, but also with the Let's Do It Ukraine SOS 2022. The commitment and engagement of civil society in this particularly difficult circumstances is really something that we were pleased to hear, and we certainly commend. And now I have the pleasure to call on Janne Rajala, who will present to us Green Habito, European Civil Society Network from Finland. Janne?
Thank you, and good day, everyone. Thank you to all of you for being here. It is a distinct honor and privilege of particular importance to be here with you all today at this Security and Civil Society Conference. This is a moment of significance because it reflects a sense of community. A community fully aware of its shared values and moved by a joint endeavor, namely the protection of our heritage in all its complexity, diversity, and commonality. Today, we are going to speak about the preferred themes, security and civil society. Before we do that, I'd like to thank Irina Golikova, Vasily Golikov, and the Silamai Society for Child Welfare, as well as all of its partners for the honor bestowed upon to me today, as well as congratulate them for the work they are doing across Europe, of which I am proud and privileged to be part of. In 2019, we founded the network of civil society organizations, Green Habitat, as a network for sustainable and a green future. The network is based in Helsinki, Finland. It has grown from the Nordic-Baltic region to the whole of Europe. It is made of 33 umbrella organizations and associations from 15 European member states and the United Kingdom. Various foundations and national project programs support the network. Ladies and gentlemen, today our world is suffering from significant and possible radical changes. The many crises, whether economic, political, environmental, security or health-related, affects our lives worldwide, but more so in the European region. We are indeed at the threshold of a new international order, but it is having a very difficult and chaotic birth. Even though it causes problems, it's an opportunity, especially for the young people, to be part of the changes and have their say in how the world would be organized in the future. As in the network, we talk about many important issues for Europe and European countries, such as climate change, gender equality, sustainability, protecting the environment, the role of civil society in resolving conflicts, media control, and digital security. Concerning the conflict in Ukraine, the network says that all military operations must stop immediately, and that a peaceful solution must be found to prevent more damage and deaths. The Nordic-Baltic network also calls on European CSOS to exercise every possible effort to this end and contribute to helping all humanitarian CSOS working in Ukraine assist the population of Ukraine, particularly vulnerable groups. The network also asks Russian-speaking communities in Europe to help find a peaceful solution to the conflict and strengthen Europe's unity and solidarity. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with this segment from an 1861 poem by Emily Dickinson, who says, "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all." Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Janne, for these very nice words. And also congratulations for the civil society network that you have established. And I believe, as we heard from Darina a little bit earlier, this is now clearly a global concern, and it requires a global effort. So the larger the international community and its civil society organizations pull their efforts together, the better the results will be for all the communities. And it is particularly what you mentioned at the end of your presentation, very important for Europe's unity and solidarity. With this presentation, we come to the conclusion of our opening segment, but I would like to mention and also express a word of appreciation for our partners, because this event is made possible with the support from the Europe Regional Development Fund through Enterprise Estonia, and it is being organized with institutional and financial support from the British Council, the Nordic Council of Ministers Office, and the Estonian National Foundation of Civil Society. To all of them, we say thank you very much. So, this concludes our opening segment, and now it is my pleasure to call on Jean Kostrevsky to take the floor and organize his first panel. Jean?
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be back to Narva again. Thank you very much to my Estonian friends, especially Vasily, for inviting me today and discussing these topics that are just so important. I would like to open the conversation, open this panel about, I think, the most urgent topic we have today, which is obviously Ukraine and European peace. Today, there is a historic event happening right now, as we speak. In Ukraine, in Kiev, a historic summit between the EU and Ukraine is taking place. It is the first time that the EU is going to an active war zone and to be there as an active actor to promote peace. 16 European commissioners have visited Kiev, but also the President of the European Commission and the President of the European Council will be there. Ukrainian Prime Minister, Minister Denis Shmyhal, has a very ambitious timeline for the EU accession of Ukraine. He wants Ukraine to join the EU within 2 years. But most of us know, we all know, that it won't be so fast. There is one problem. Many countries are saying that it's not possible, practically, politically speaking. French President Macron says that it could even take decades. Countries like Turkey waited for more than 20 years already, and they're still not in the EU. However, we all know that the EU and Ukraine share a very special relationship. It was, after all, the Ukrainians' fury after the decision of the President Viktor Yanukovych to pull out from a political and economic association agreement with the EU that set the stage for the war. As European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen rightly said, Ukraine today, among all the countries trying to join the EU, Ukraine is the only country where people got shot because they wrapped themselves in the European flag. Even if all the expectations won't be met, there is hope for very tangible steps forward. For example, there can be an agreement on a visa-free regime for industrial goods and a new international center to investigate the crime of aggression against Ukraine. What has the EU done so far? The European Commission recommended the EU candidate status for Ukraine in June. This is a very good and tangible step forward. After this, very concrete recommendations were made how Ukraine can accelerate this process and meet all these EU standards, political, legislative, social standards. But when it comes to military support, the EU also provided a lot of money, 3.6 billion under the European Peace Facility and the launch of the EU Military Assistance Mission. Together with the military support provided by EU member states, the overall EU military support to Ukraine is estimated at close to 12 billion. This financial support is even greater when we think about infrastructure. Overall assistance to Ukraine pledged at both the EU and member states level so far amounts to almost 50 billion. This is a lot of money, but now what we need is implementation. These are very good visions, directions. This is a good start. The reason why we're here today, as it was rightly mentioned before, is about these grassroots movements. Because it's thanks to these very, very powerful civil society organizations that we will have the right implementation of all these vertical initiatives. Grassroots movements are about implementation, they're about long-term, they're about transforming action into impact. The civil society organizations, they're not only about promoting some diffuse advocacy. They can advocate for tangible reforms. They can help Ukraine to fight oligarchy, corruption, political interference in the legislative system. They can empower the communities. They can create new job opportunities for so many people within Ukraine and outside Ukraine. And most importantly, these civil society organizations can promote reconciliation and peace. Again, both at the national and international level. As a citizen coming from Poland and France, it is so disappointing to see how strong is the contrast between the visions of the people and the governments in France and Poland. Too many people are saying, protecting Ukraine, why shall we do it? This is a dirty business. This is war. Is European peace a dirty business? Are you sure about that? There is still too much misunderstanding and media fatigue. But not showing enough determination to condemn the senseless and inhuman aggression of Russia can truly be the worst mistake of this entire century. We all know that other authoritarian, potentially aggressive states are very closely watching what's happening in Ukraine. The only effective way to promote European peace is by defending it. Slava Ukraini. And now I would like to open the conversation with other representatives of Ukrainian civil society organizations. And I think I can invite the next speaker on stage. So all the speakers are invited now on the stage. Thank you. So I think we're about to start. Thank you. The first presentation would be made by Maria.
Okay. So my name is Maria Tishenko. I am representative of NGO Poruch, which means we are nearby, we are ready to help. Our organization founded in 2011, and we are mostly scientists from academic sphere. And can you start, please? And give me clicker, please. Can we start presentation? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. So during all these years, we did social projects with orphan houses. We teach children new competencies and new professions. But since the war started, because I will name real situation, because it's not conflict, it's not military conflict, it's war. It's real war against Ukraine. And let's be honest, war Russia against Ukraine. So since 2014, I was forced, because I'm a responsible citizen, and together with my colleagues from academic sphere, we went to Donbass, to Donetsk and Lugansk region to save our people, because we had 2 million IDPs, internally displaced people. So we worked in Donbass, and we created objects where they can do their social cohesion events, where they can stay, organize self-employment projects, and so on. And of course, the main idea of our organization was to share knowledge, because we are teachers, and to share experience, and to create conditions for growing up a new generation of leaders. And before, we focused on 3 different directions. This is gender policy, youth activities, and also empowering small communities and involve rural area communities to be active and to use different democratic instruments. So all around Ukraine, we did a lot of projects such as democratic instruments, implemented a lot of democratic instruments like youth councils, participatory budgeting. Even last year, even during the war, we implemented school participatory budgeting in Ukraine. A lot of democratic instruments appear in Ukraine. And, but of course, unfortunately, when it was full invasion of Russian Federation to Ukraine, we saved lives of our citizens, and our organization organized evacuation more than 300 families abroad to our partners, to our colleagues. Also, we organized a humanitarian hub in Mykolaiv region and cover all this region with support. And actually, we also have to save our lives, and some of my team members evacuated to different countries. But at the same time, we continue our gender policy, and till now we implement resolution, UN resolution, Women, Peace and Security. And our organization provides localization of these purposes. And here is my teacher, ex-teacher, and now colleague, Lena Andersson, and my mentor in life, because I studied before in Summer Academy of Professional Development in Sweden. And together with Lena and professors from Malmö University, we evacuated 43 people with disabilities from Kharkiv to Malmö and organized their stay in all Sweden. And of course, humanitarian support, and but we continue implementing our projects. So gender policy is in different spheres, in energy, security sector, in Ministry of Regional Development, and but of course we do it through soft power. And as my colleagues say, soft power is a very important instrument. So we prepare through young people, through different activities, the base of changes for this policy. And during COVID time, as we are scientists, we develop methodology and share this methodology all around Europe and reflect to the COVID these challenges with recommendations to government, to local level, to civil society organizations. And we have really successful cases how communities organize their social services, how this is a strong collaboration between local communities, NGOs, and initiative groups in different parts of Ukraine. And, but since 2014, we worked in Donbass, and it was, you know, a huge development in all spheres in Donbass, in Donetsk and Lugansk region. It was amazing results of work because we developed businesses, small businesses, women empowerment. It was gender advisors to heads of oblast. So it was really, really successful regions. And, but now, of course, you see that I reflect to the speaker that Miles sending from Belarus, and we can't say Slava Belarusi, sorry, we are from Ukraine, and they attack us from Belarus. So Slava Ukraini possible. So we develop communities in Donetsk and Lugansk region, help to strengthen in capacity building of NGOs all around Ukraine, and implement different democratic instruments. And as a result, we had strong CSOs right now in all parts of Ukraine who implement different projects and who immediately reflect when full invasion starts. Because we saved children, we created places where you can receive food and just cover basic needs. It's due to strong civil society in our country. And with good examples, we change our building norms in Ukraine. This is 2 fashion shows on wheelchair in Ukraine, which we organized in Kyiv, Kharkiv, and implement with Ministry of Regional Development new building norms, accessibility. So in all our communities, new buildings accessible. And we organized School of Volunteer because, you know, we had stereotypes since 2014 that volunteers are people who collect money. But we were volunteers and show the way for young people how to be volunteer in sport, in culture, in education, in different spheres. And we were, of course, volunteers in Olympic Games, Youth Olympic Games. And this is, unfortunately, now my native city, occupied native city. This is Kakhovka, it's in Kherson region, where we organized a lot of different activities for children, educated them, and it's amazing region, and when we elaborate, you are very, very welcome to visit my city. And if you want to join, I see here a lot of young people, you can join through different partners projects like Erasmus Plus project, and we can use also instruments which give British Council. Thank you, you are very active in Ukraine, and we feel this support with different programs, and small and big programs, and our organization was a partner of student camp where we integrate entirely displaced students, because in Ukraine appear entirely displaced people, entirely displaced universities, and now all cities move somewhere. So we should stop, just stop these attacks. And during we were sitting here, it was already alarm in all territory of Ukraine. And what we faced with, we understood that we did research, as we are scientists, we did research in Donbass, and we understood that children didn't leave their territory, and 85% of children never left, have never been in even nearest region. And we invited them to visit Kyiv to show them different culture. So it's very important to show that, you know, we have a huge country and we need to show different aspects of our culture. And we had also very important project which called Energy of Generations, because, you know, we have gap sometimes, young and older people. So this project even continue now, because young people can be volunteers, can help even, you know, with using mobile phones to older people, and older people can also teach young people. I show to myself because I hope I'm young still, and they teach us to dance waltz, for example. And the main project which we developed, it's a School of Peace in Ukraine. We opened 20 schools of peace in Ukraine. It's very important to understand that Ukrainians want peace more than everyone in the world. And Zelensky, President Zelensky, mentioned 10 steps of peace. We are ready to do peace. In our territorial independence, with our Donetsk, with our Lugansk, and with our Crimea, we are ready. So we created School of Peace, where we teach children non-violence communication, mediation, transformation of conflict. Because, you know, we had a lot of internally displaced children. Sometimes they speak another language, sometimes they have another culture. But we show the way, instrument, we gave them instrument. This is mediation, how you can avoid conflict, how you can solve the conflict. But at the same time, we worked separately with teachers and teach teachers the same. Not the same, another program, but also give them instruments. And it's not only one what we did, but this program, it's 1-year program, include also creation of physical places where community members, initiative groups, NGOs can come, can do different activities, governmental institutions involved in this process. So this is collaboration between all spheres. And you see, this is open class, which we built in several our schools. So how to avoid COVID or another disease. So, but most important, in our schools, we let our children to be active, to create their space. And it was competition between our schools, between our children to do drawing. And this is drawing of 12 years old girl, and it's in Kamenets-Podilsky school. And when she come at school, she saw how beautiful her class is, the class of peace. Children voted for this drawing. This is painting of peace. So our children see, unfortunately, the world with another colors due to Russian aggression and due to full invasion of our country. And we involve artists, and our children paint murals or create graffiti, and we show our children that graffiti, it's a cultural instrument, so we can use it. It's very popular in our schools, and they take part in creation of our murals. Also, we did a lot of different activities like children camps, exchange trips to show different cultures of our regions. And you see, this is world peace, and our children, some of them already flying, because, you know, we lost 6 children from Novaydar, which is actually on the border. It was a gray zone. And I understand why you wanted to have this conference here. It's very important. It's your land, and thank you for support to government of Estonia, who hosted 66,000 of Ukrainians, being 1,300,000 country. Thank you so much for this huge support to our country. And Of course, we did research, and the influence of creation such places is huge because it's influence to all community. It's influence to local authorities. It's influence in families. So we are really, really peaceful nation. But we will defend ourselves, always. And this is some pictures from our results of our work. So this project is sustainable, and it's continuing now. And together with other partners from Korea, we continue education of peace in our schools because we are thinking about future. We are thinking because we want our children growing up in peace, and we give this instrument of peace. We don't teach them to be violent. We don't teach them non-tolerance. No, we teach peace. We teach how to be tolerant, how to be diplomatic, and how to solve conflict. So, more than everything, we wish peace in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria, for this very inspiring, very practical, insights about what we can do to empower mainly young people. Young people are the future of Ukraine. We need to empower these people right now so the future of Ukraine can start to look brighter right now. The next presentation, I think, will be for Tatiana. I don't know if you have the presentation already ready. So the presentation will be in Polish, but I will be the translator. So.
Dzień dobry. Jeszcze raz. Dzień dobry, nazywam się Tatiana Klaban, przyjechałam z Polski i reprezentuję Stowarzyszenie Czas, Przestrzeń, Tożsamość ze Szczecina.
So, my name is Tatiana Klaban. I just came from Poland and I represent the NGO, which is called the yes, so in Polish it means Time, Space and Identity, association from the city of Szczecin.
Jestem Ukrainką i przyjechałam do Polski z Ukrainy z rodziną w 2014 roku i od 2 lat pracuję w stowarzyszeniu.
I came from Ukraine to Poland in 2014, and since 2014 I work in Poland in the field of NGOs, and I work with families, friends and communities, local communities.
Na dany moment czasu my robimy projekty unijne, które dofinansowanie dostają z Unii Europejskiej dla migrantów z Ukrainy.
So the main funding comes from the EU for Ukrainian migrants in Poland.
Nasze stowarzyszenie już 18 lat realizuje projekty i działa w sferze społecznej, rozwoju przedsiębiorczości społecznej.
So we are specialized in social entrepreneurship and grassroots movements in the first place.
Tworzymy i promujemy innowacyjne rozwiązania.
It is all about innovative solutions.
Działamy aktywnie w budowaniu społeczeństwa obywatelskiego i silnego sektora pozarządowego.
So we work mostly with NGOs and in the field of civil society empowerment.
W jednym z ostatnich naszych dużych projektów we współpracy z Ministerstwem Rodziny tworzymy i testujemy rozwiązania dla osób z niepełnosprawnościami zakładającymi i prowadzącymi działalność gospodarczą, które mamy nadzieję zaowocują zmianami prawnymi dla polepszenia sytuacji tych osób.
We work recently with the Ministry of Family Affairs in Poland, also specialized in the assistance and help for people with disabilities, and try to find and lobby for lawful resolutions and new legislation to assist these communities.
W ramach naszych ostatnich działań związanych z integracją społeczną włączyliśmy się aktywnie w pomoc uchodźcom wojennym z Ukrainy.
After the war, we started to be even more active in the help for Ukrainian refugees.
Zrealizowaliśmy projekt Stefania, głównym celem którego było integracja 20 uchodźczyń wojennych z Ukrainy z polskim społeczeństwem.
One of the most recent main project we were working on was called Stefania. It was about integrating 20 refugee women from Ukraine.
Obecnie realizujemy projekt Bez Barier, w którym biorą udział 50 osób z Ukrainy.
Another project is also called Without Barriers, as you can see. When it's all about education and integration.
Ten projekt ma charakter edukacyjno-integracyjny.
So it's about education and integration. Yeah.
Oprócz tego ubiegamy się o kilka grantów dla kolejnych projektów wspierających dzieci i młodzież z Ukrainy, jak i dorosłych obywateli.
Again, all about finding the funding to make this project efficient and assist in the connection between connecting families from Ukraine and Poland.
Trochę opowiem o migrantach, które były przed wojną i po wojnie, tak? Na czym polegają różnice?
And I would like to tell the stories of the migrants before the war and after the war.
W latach 2000-2017 do Polski przyjechało kilka milionów osób z Ukrainy. Były to migranci zarobkowi.
So first of all, the migrants before the war were mostly economic migrants.
Bardzo trudno jest jednak oszacować dokładnie liczbę obywateli Ukrainy, którzy w tamtym czasie przebywali w Polsce, ponieważ wielu z nich w tamtym przyjeżdżało do pracy rotacyjnie.
Before the war, like all the refugees in Poland, migrants in Poland were coming on a rotation basis.
Ale liczebność tej grupy systematycznie zwiększała się w ciągu ostatnich 2 dekad, a ich pobyt w Polsce nabierał coraz bardziej stałego charakteru. Ukraińcy zaczęli się w Polsce osiedlać na stałe.
Slowly but surely, Ukrainian people started to live permanently in Poland.
Według danych Departamentu Statystyki w 2017 roku w Polsce przybywało 900 tysięcy obywateli Ukrainy.
So in 2017, almost 1 million Ukrainians were living in Poland.
Ukraińcy przyjeżdżali do Polski w konkretnym celu, do pracy, byli migrantami ekonomicznymi. A warunkiem otrzymania wizy wjazdowej było potwierdzenie przez pracodawcę chęci zatrudnienia.
So the main issue was how to find, since Ukrainian people were living permanently in Poland, how they can find permanent jobs that will sustain them on the long term.
Pracownicy z Ukrainy najczęściej byli zatrudniani w branży budowlanej, gastronomii, w utrzymaniu czystości i opieki nad osobami starszymi.
So as you can see, the main fields where Ukrainian people were working were low-skilled labor.
W tym czasie w Polsce było bardzo duże zapotrzebowanie na pracowników w tych branżach.
But Poland was in need of such people.
Migrantami z Ukrainy również byli studenci, którzy przyjeżdżali do Polski na studia, a po zakończeniu edukacji podejmowali tutaj w Polsce pracę i zakładali rodziny.
But the younger generation was also increasingly present in Poland, mostly through student exchanges.
Po 11 czerwca 2017 roku, kiedy zniesiony był obowiązek posiadania wizy przez obywateli Ukrainy podróżujących do Unii Europejskiej, ilość pracowników z Ukrainy przybywających do Polski tak wyczuwalnie wzrosła.
Steadily, the number of Ukrainian people coming to Poland increased year after year.
Zgodnie ze statystykami Ministerstwa Rodziny i Polityki Społecznej w 2012-2017 rokach wydano w Polsce około 5,3 milionów zezwoleń na legalizację pracy, i z czego 3 miliony to było dla Ukraińców.
Okay, since 2017, more than 3 million authorization to work were given in Poland, thanks to the Ministry of Family and Social Affairs.
Później, już w latach 2018-2022 wydano 9,7 milionów zezwoleń i w tym 8,2 miliony też dla obywateli Ukrainy. Nie przełączyłam, tak? Nie jest. I to mówi o tym, że w tych latach Ukraińcy były taką najczęstszą grupą pracowników z zagranicy, które przyjeżdżały do Polski do pracy.
So again, like the Ukrainian community started to become increasingly present and well established during all these years.
No i sytuacja zmieniła się radykalnie w związku z wybuchem wojny.
Okay, and then the war happened, everything changed.
W ciągu kilku miesięcy do Polski przybyło kilka milionów Ukraińców.
So now we're not speaking about years, but about few months. In few months, millions of Ukrainian people started to come to Poland on the scale that was obviously unprecedented.
Otrzymali oni status uchodźców wojennych.
They very rapidly received the war refugee status.
W Polsce tak było zaplanowano, żeby osoby, które przybywają po wojnie, dostali specjalnie, byli wpisane do ewidencji ludności, tak? I dostali ten numer PESEL z dodatkiem UKR.
So yeah, as we can see here, Ukrainian people managed to have access to their legal rights in Poland to be as quickly as possible integrated on the labor market in Poland.
Od 14 marca 2020 roku do 9 stycznia 2023 roku w sumie złożono około 1,5 miliona wniosków, żeby dostać taki numer PESEL.
So the main registration number PESEL to work in Poland was basically there were 1.5 million applications for this number.
I warto rozumieć, że to 70% osób, które złożyli ten wniosek, to kobiety.
And most of them were women.
A 30% to mężczyźni, ale do 18 roku życia.
And all the other people who were men, they were all younger, below 18 years old.
Jednocześnie liczba osób przekraczających granicę polsko-ukraińską była jednak od lutego znacznie większa.
So step by step, the number of people crossing the border was greater and exceeded the number of submitted applications.
Zgodnie z danymi Polskiej Straży Granicznej od 24 lutego 2022 roku i do 13 stycznia 2023 roku z Ukrainy do Polski odprawiło się ponad 9,1 milionów osób. Ale później w różnych kierunkach przez granicę polską wyjechało 7,4 miliona ludzi.
So Poland here became a sort of point of contact between not only so all the people from Ukraine going to Poland, they also were trying to go to other countries later on. So all these millions of people who were crossing Poland, actually not all of them were staying in the country.
To można wytłumaczyć w taki sposób, że część mężczyzn wróciło na Ukrainę, tamci, kto pracował, znajdował się w Polsce, żeby walczyć o niepodległość Ukrainy, a jeszcze duża ilość ludzi potraktowała Polskę jak państwo tranzytowe i pojechała dalej do innych państw.
So as all these people were coming to Poland, many people were also exiting Poland. For instance, men who were willing to fight for the Ukrainian independence.
Na podstawie raportu z początku, z początku 2022 roku nazywa się Miejska Gościnność, wielki wzrost, wyzwania i szanse. Gdzie to było z powrotem? Nie mogę tego znaleźć, nazwy raportu. Wynika, że obecnie w Polsce mieszka 3,2 miliony Ukraińców. Nie mogę, jest tutaj, tak?
So the current estimation is that like currently in Poland we have 3.2 million Ukrainian people living in Poland.
No teraz tak bardziej dokładnie opowiem z własnego doświadczenia. W pierwszych miesiącach po ataku Federacji Rosyjskiej na Ukrainę kobiety, które przyjeżdżały do Polski, miały problem z zatrudnieniem ze względu na stres, brak znajomości języka polskiego oraz problemy z zapewnieniem opieki dla dzieci.
So now I would like to really present my own personal perspective when the whole war started, that all the women coming to Poland were having like really big issues with integration in Poland due to anxiety, stress, post-traumatic stress disorder, and also the language barrier.
Ale można powiedzieć, że przyjeżdżając, oni wykonywali zawody niezgodnie z swoim wykształceniem, niezgodnie z tym doświadczeniem, które mieli wcześniej. To znaczy, że oni wybierali pracę, którą mogli, żeby tylko utrzymać siebie i dzieci. Tak?
So these people, all what they're looking for was a way to, they were not preoccupied with their previous qualifications. They were ready to work in any place as long as they were capable of earning money to sustain their families.
No, ale mogę powiedzieć, że na dzień dzisiejszy sytuacja polepszyła się. Kursy językowe organizowane w Polsce pozwalają ludziom zajmować stanowiska takie zgodnie z wykształceniem, z doświadczeniem, tam gdzie oni mogą realizować siebie i to bardzo cieszy, ponieważ dużo inteligentnych osób przyjechało do Polski i chciałabym, żeby mogli pracować zgodnie ze swoim zawodem.
So Ukrainian people are smart people. They want to use the qualifications properly, and now after 1 year since the war started, the English courses started to become effective, and Ukrainian people actually managed to become more and more successfully implemented on the labor market, and now they can also actually use their own specific qualification in a more efficient way.
I na podstawie danych Ministerstwa Rodziny i Polityki Społecznej z końca 2022 roku wynika, że dzięki specustawie, która wspiera Ukraińców, już w Polsce zatrudniono 780 000 obywateli Ukrainy.
So far, like more than 700,000 people, Ukrainian people, were successfully hired in Poland, thanks to the reforms made by the Polish Ministry of Family Affairs.
No i obywatele Ukrainy zakładają własną działalność gospodarczą w Polsce, kompanie zakładają i wskazują raporty, że na początek, między styczniem a wrześniem 2022 roku powstało 3,6 tysięcy spółek z kapitałem ukraińskim oraz 10,2 tysięcy jednoosobowych działalności gospodarczych założonych przez obywateli Ukrainy.
So again, Ukrainian people here are showing a will for social entrepreneurship. And since the start of the war, there are more than already 3,600 companies that were created thanks to Ukrainian capital in Poland.
Ale też wynika, że 75% badanych firm otworzyło działalność w Polsce, żeby pozyskać środki dla siebie i dla rodziny.
So 75% of these surveyed companies actually raise funds mostly for their families.
Jednocześnie 66% z nich niestety deklaruje, że chce kontynuować działalność w Polsce, niezależnie od tego, jaka będzie sytuacja w Ukrainie, nawet jeżeli wojna się skończy.
And the majority of these people, 66% of Ukrainians, are willing to stay in Poland regardless what's happening in Ukraine after the war.
W przypadku nowo powstałych ukraińskich jednoosobowych działalności gospodarczych w Polsce w okresie styczeń-wrzesień 2022 roku dominują te, które działają w branży budowlanej, informacji i komunikacji oraz handlu. To 50% od wszystkich podmiotów, które Ukraińcy założyły w Polsce.
So as we see, the most present field of the most attractive and current sector where Ukrainian people are working is trade and communication, information communication.
Duża ilość obywateli Ukrainy, które przyjechały do Polski po 24 lutego 2020 roku, nie ma zamiaru wracać na Ukrainę po zakończeniu wojny.
So again, Ukrainian people want to stay in Poland, no matter what.
Świadczy o tym między innymi coraz większa liczba uczniów z Ukrainy w polskich szkołach i potwierdzają to wyniki raportu uchodźcy z Ukrainy w Polsce, Czechach i Rumunii.
So increasing number of there's still an increasing number of Ukrainian students in Polish schools.
Raport opracowany przez Fundację na rzecz Wspierania Migrantów na Rynku Pracy i Studium Europy Wschodniej Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego potwierdza, że ponad 50% respondentów ukraińskich mieszkających w Polsce zadeklarowało chęć pozostania w naszym kraju, w Polsce.
So majority of people willing to stay in Poland, but also other Central European countries like Czech Republic and Romania.
Teraz trochę o bezrobociu w Polsce, o sytuacji ekonomicznej w Polsce i migrantach z Ukrainy.
But the situation is not always so bright because certain Ukrainian people are still struggling with finding the work in Poland.
Biorąc pod uwagę ten fakt, że bezrobocie w Polsce wynosi tylko 4-5%, tak, oficjalnie, i jest to bezrobocie fluktuacyjne, to możemy stwierdzić, że nie ma odczuwalnych braków w pracownikach.
So all the data that we have about unemployment in Poland is in fact it changes all the time. We cannot have very accurate data that will represent the current situation right now. It's all about estimations.
Ale polskie społeczeństwo starzeje i tak za 5-10 lat będą już odczuwalne braki pracowników, bo jeszcze i młodzież z Polski też emigruje do innych państw, żeby tam pracować.
So another issue is that the elderly population in Poland is steadily increasing, and the younger generation in Poland is also leaving quite often Poland to other countries. So the demand on the labor market might be increasing very soon.
Ponadto mamy zawody deficytowe i właśnie w tych zawodach pielęgniarki, spałaczy, kierowcy, budowlańcy Ukraińcy znajdują zatrudnienie.
Again, Ukrainian people, Ukrainian migrants can find work very often in these low-skilled jobs.
No, ale dodatkowo pracownicy z Ukrainy obejmują stanowiska nie tylko w zawodach tradycyjnych dla migrantów, tam utrzymanie czystości, budowlanka czy gastronomia. Pracują również w organizacjach pozarządowych, na przykład w urzędach. Nawet ustawę o szkolnictwie wyższym opracowała też Ukrainka.
But more and more, there are more and more Ukrainians who also find work in jobs that are not perceived as traditional for migrants, also working in public administration and law firms.
Stowarzyszenie Czas, Przestrzeń, Tożsamość w listopadzie 2021 roku we współpracy z Powiatowym Urzędem Pracy w Łobzie podjęło próbę przygotować specjalny model pozyskiwania pracowników z innych państw z uwzględnieniem potrzeb polskiego rynku pracy.
So as we see, the NGO, Tatiana's NGO, Time, Space and Identity managed to prepare a new framework to hire people from other countries by adapting them to the needs of the Polish market.
Powstał projekt taki pilotażowy, który nazywa się 3 kluczowe wyzwania dla publicznych służb zatrudnienia i instytucji rynku pracy. I było wypracowane specjalny model, narzędzie, żeby ten projekt zrealizować.
So one of the main projects was the 3 challenges for state employment services and labor market institutions, which was here a landmark project for all these initiatives.
Niestety atak Rosyjskiej Federacji na Ukrainę zmienił plany wielu ludzi na całym świecie i nasz projekt był też testowany już nie na migrantach ekonomicznych, a na migrantach wojennych.
So again, because of the war, economic migrants became war migrants.
Uwzględniliśmy problemy migrantów, dostosowaliśmy jego do migrantów wojennych i dzięki temu był model bardzo skuteczny, model wsparcia. Mieliśmy wsparcie psychologa, prelekcje na temat różnic kulturowych, prelekcje z prawa pracy, legalizacji pobytu, warsztaty zdradztwa zawodowego, wspólno polsko-ukraińskie warsztaty kulinarne i warsztaty robienia biżuterii, wycieczki po Szczecinie, nagrywanie wideo CV. To były takie najważniejsze działania, które wykorzystywaliśmy dla integracji uchodźców wojennych.
So the fact of having not only economic migrants but war migrants in Poland added an additional layer of complexity to this whole integration, social integration efforts, where it was not only about proposing assisting in job applications, but also providing psychological support and really having enhanced activities for social integration. Yeah.
Niemniej ważnym jest znajomość języka polskiego, ponieważ brak znajomości języka nie pozwala ludziom wykonywać zawody takie, które mieli dotychczasowo w Ukrainie. I Najczęściej to dotyczy na przykład nauczycieli, psychologów, lekarzy. To jest naprawdę wielki problem, jeżeli człowiek nie zna języka, więc kursy językowe to były też taką ważną częścią integracji.
Okay, and again, the central part of all these integration efforts were language courses.
No, co można powiedzieć odnośnie Ukraińców. Kiedy przychodzą na nasze kursy, oni uczą się dostosowywać się, czy uczą się życia w warunkach, czy w Unii Europejskiej, tak? Trochę zmieniają swoją wiedzę i dziewczyny, bo najczęściej robimy dla kobiet te projekty, tak? I oni mówią, że kiedy wrócą do domu, oni już nie będą takimi, którymi byli na początek, w moment ucieczki z Ukrainy.
So most of the people that Tatiana is working with, they're women, and the common thing that they're saying is that once they left Ukraine and they try to understand what is how people live within not only Poland but within the whole European Union, this is so different than what they used to see in Ukraine. That once they experience this new lifestyle, they can't see themselves coming back to Ukraine because this is so new.
Uczymy ich być pewnymi siebie, mieć pewność siebie, walczyć ze stresem, wspierać swoich bliskich osób w sytuacjach stresowych, bo nie ukrywam, że kiedy przyjechały tutaj, dzieci często mieli ataki paniki i matki nie wiedzieli, jak zachowywać się, jak wspierać to dziecko. Więc tą wiedzę, którą uzyskają w trakcie naszych projektów, czego nauczą się w Polsce, będą mogli wykorzystać wracając na Ukrainę.
So again, the main skill that actually they're teaching here, it's not only about technical, professional skills. It's about self-confidence because all the persons arriving in Poland from Ukraine, now they don't have the time to only think about themselves, about their own mental health. They're automatically becoming new support for the families for the members of the families that need psychological support. So these people have not only to deal with their own problems, but also problems of their family, mostly kids.
Przybycie Ukraińców do Polski w związku z wojną na Ukrainie zmieniło życie milionów Ukraińców, milionów mieszkańców Polski, mieszkańców Europy, no, chyba całego świata.
So the war affected millions of people, not only in Ukraine, Poland, but all over the world.
Już nigdy nie będziemy takimi jak przed wojną.
Nothing will be the same as before the war.
Mieszkańcy Polski, polski rząd, organizacje, właściciele firm prywatnych, wszyscy zrobili wszystko możliwe, żeby Ukraińcy nie tylko znaleźli w Polsce schronienie, ale żeby mogli uczyć się, pracować, zaczynać swoje życie od zera.
So again, the main mission of the Polish government was to allow Ukrainian people to start their life from scratch. It can be either studies or work.
Z doświadczenia własnego, zdobytego w trakcie realizacji projektów, mogę powiedzieć, że przedsiębiorcy z Ukrainy, z takich miast jak Mariupol, Cherson, Dnipro, stracili biznesy, które budowali w swoich miastach rodzinnych przez lata, ale nie poddają się, nie tracą nadziei i tworzą w Polsce nowe przedsiębiorstwa, zatrudniając nie tylko Ukraińców, a już obywateli Polski też.
So eventually it is all about finding sort of win-win solutions where all the people, all these business representatives from cities such as Mariupol or Kherson, they are trying now to transfer all their business activities to Poland and to hire not only Ukrainian people, but also Polish people.
Bo żadna wojna nie może zabrać od człowieka wiedzy, doświadczenia, umiejętności. Jeżeli chcesz założyć swoją firmę, to zdolna osoba w każdym kraju to zrobi. Ważne jest tylko chcieć tego.
Eventually it is all about will and determination.
Teraz polski rząd zrobił takie warunki dla zatrudnienia Ukraińców, które ułatwiają ten proces zatrudnienia i też dają Ukraińcom możliwość na równi z polskimi obywatelami zakładać własną działalność gospodarczą. To jest takim dobrym wsparciem, bardzo dobrym.
So one of the main center of activities here is entrepreneurship. Ukrainian people have a lot of creativity. They really want to create something new that was radically different from what they were doing in Ukraine, because they see that the opportunities in Poland are just very different and new.
Rozważane także możliwości nostryfikacji, uproszczenia nostryfikacji ukraińskich dyplomów w Polsce, ponieważ w takich zawodach jak tam lekarze, prawniki, w takich deficytowych zawodach Ukraińcy mają jeszcze problem z tym, żeby podjąć pracę, którą mieli wcześniej w Ukrainie.
So one of the key issues will still remain the fact of using diplomas that were acquired in Ukraine and adapt them to the needs of the Polish market.
Także jest ważne, że Ukraińcy dobrze asymilują się w Polsce.
Another important thing is still assimilation of Ukrainian people in Poland.
Na przykład u nas w Szczecinie powstało pierwsze w Polsce ukraińskie przedszkole, które założyły Ukrainki, które przyjechały trochę wcześniej do Polski, to znaczy były obywatelki Ukrainy.
In Szczecin there was the first Ukrainian kindergarten made only for Ukrainian kids.
Jest to bardzo ważne, ponieważ 2/3 Ukrainek, które przyjechały do Polski, mają dzieci, jedno albo nawet więcej dzieci, i opieka nad dzieckiem pozwala mamie podjąć pracę. Jeżeli nie ma możliwości dać opiekę dla dziecka, to matka musi siedzieć w domu niestety.
And again, these kindergarten are very key, important initiatives, because the fact of allowing your kids to be in the kindergarten is how the mom will be able to become a more active worker in the Polish society.
Również niedawno Ukraińcy, którzy brali udział w naszym projekcie, założyli firmę, która świadczy usługi w zakresie organizacji eventów, tam dekorowanie lokali kwiatami, balonami, tworzenie kompozycji z kwiatów. Właśnie tą firmę założyła kobieta, która miała dużą firmę taką w Mariupolu, ale niestety musiała uciekać i ten biznes już nie funkcjonuje na Ukrainie, ale ma swoje w Polsce otworzenie.
So, again, a lot of different examples of Ukrainian businesses that stopped functioning in Ukraine but managed to transition and adapt themselves in the Polish market.
Również mamy fundację, którą założyła grupa z 7 Ukrainek, i oni współpracują z nami i takie świadczą usługi, wspierają polskich, ukraińskich kobiet, ale organizacja nazywa się People Up, to People Ukraine Poland. Oni już świadczą usługi i dla ukraińskich obywateli, i dla polskich. Robią warsztaty teatralne, wsparcie psychologiczne, i chór działa u nich. Więc Ukraińcy zaczynają tak rozwijać się w Polsce już dość aktywnie.
And at the end of the day, it is not only about business, but also culture. There are many different factors how we can allow Ukrainian people to be more integrated in the Polish society, for instance, through theater, singing, and other initiatives like that.
No i tak na zakończenie, trudno powiedzieć, co będzie jutro, za miesiąc, za rok, ale z pewnością można powiedzieć, że Ukraińcy robią duży wkład, ukraińskie migranty, w polskie społeczeństwo i w rozwój ekonomiczny Polski i Europy.
So, obviously, it is quite hard to predict what will happen tomorrow, but one thing is sure is that nowadays Ukrainian migrants in Poland are really helping the Polish economy to thrive.
I tak jak pokazują ostatnie statystyki, że jeżeli przemyślenie i systemowe i długotrwałe podejście do integracji obywateli Ukrainy do polskiego społeczeństwa może dać wzrost polskiego PKB, i to tak dość od 0,2 do 2 do 3,5%. No i będzie to miało też pozytywny wpływ na odbudowanie zniszczonego wojną.
And eventually, again, this will be on the long term another win-win situation for Poland and for Ukraine. That if Poland becomes richer, Poland will also manage to help Ukraine for the reconstruction after the war.
No i dziękuję za uwagę.
Thank you for your attention. So that was the civil society, I think, perspective. that was, again, very specific, and we had, I think, very, very interesting and concrete examples of what we can do for these local communities, Ukrainian communities, mostly in Poland, but not only. And now I think we might have another slightly different perspective, but also a very important perspective from what is happening on this diplomatic level. Please.
Dziękuję bardzo. Maybe I will get closer to you as well as Maria did. And, well, yes, returning to government perspective, but not only, I thought I would speak mostly about the same thing, but from two aspects. One, as you know, many of you being from the civil society, I thought I might address the issue from a very human perspective, and from somewhere, well, speaking about something which might be obvious for Ukrainians present, but for others, be it Estonians, people from Western Europe, from other places, certainly people from Russia, especially, for whom it's not obvious at all. But I will get back to that. And then in the second part, I would speak about the more political, diplomatic European perspective. I'll try to be brief, but actually, to start, I should come back to the opening session as well, namely the declaration that got mentioned and the calls for peace and reconciliation. Well, certainly, you know, stopping a war is always a good thing, or at least so it seems. But at least it's not enough, because, well, you cannot really leave 17% of the Ukrainian territory to the occupiers. It's like, you know, if you imagine in 1943 there would be calls for peace, well, let's stay where we are. You know, the Nazi Germany can keep France and Denmark, Poland and Ukraine, Estonia for that matter. Well, they can keep running Auschwitz and Buchenwald, and you know, but let's just stop shooting. No. Obviously, fascism needed to be destroyed, and likewise, the current, the aggressive, to put it mildly, regime in Russia as well. Well, we never thought that we might see such a war from such short distance in our lifetimes. I mean, most of us did. But we still have to make an effort and try to imagine how will the world, our region, Ukraine, look like after the war. And one word that has already sounded here today is reconciliation. Well, reconciliation is an important word. For myself, you know, I have been dealing for much of my career with European affairs, European integration. So reconciliation from that perspective, you know, you immediately think about the Franco-German reconciliation after the Second World War, which became the cornerstone of European integration, today's European Union. Well, after the Second World War, it wasn't easy, obviously, after all what had happened, but at the same time, France and the new Germany, they were part of the same emerging bloc, part of the Western world, and obviously the Iron Curtain, the Soviet threat, helped to concentrate the minds. Also, the destruction of Europe and American assistance, well, one needed to cooperate to create Europe. If there is someone in the audience who thinks that, you know, France and Germany, you know, why not Russia and Ukraine? Let me be extremely clear, that will never happen. Will never happen because, well, after the, I mean, obviously I don't have a crystal ball, but the probability that Russia will have a Swedish, Swiss-style democracy after the war will be over, it's sort of very low. And there is not much demand for that in Russia. And most likely it will remain an imperialist, a revanchist power. And also what is different, well, even Nazi Germany, they didn't want to destroy Frenchness. I mean, to abolish French language, culture, they still tried to manage it by different means. But Russia has been, is, and sorry, but I'm afraid will remain for the foreseeable future a threat to the existence of the Ukrainian nation, national identity, Ukrainian independence. So we have to look for other possible historic examples. Well, one thing that the Nazis tried to destroy, obviously, it was the Jews, Jewishness, everything related, well, to wipe out all the traces of the Jews on the planet. They didn't manage to, but they did manage to kill 6 million people in the process. When we get to the reconciliation, well, the Germans and the Jews, Germany and Israel, well, it's taken decades. Well, we are more or less there, but then again, Germany and Israel were part of the same political space, same direction, you would say. Also, it has come with a lot of acknowledgement of German guilt, millions of apologies, lots of money chipped in, and this being clear for everyone that, you know, this was a historic atrocity that it's extremely difficult to atone for. But even then, you know, it's been very difficult. But, well, we'll have to see. But I hope, of course, that there would be sincere regrets and money and everything coming from the Russian side, but cannot be sure. But even if there would be, it would take a very, very long time to reconcile. So that means that most likely, for the foreseeable future, for years, decades to come, Ukraine and Russia will be on the opposing sides of a watershed. There will be no hugs and kisses, no reconciliation, and Ukraine will become more and more un-Russian day by day. Basically, the importance of Russian language will get less, the importance of Russian culture, from, I don't know, pop music to classical culture. And also with that, we all hope very much things that Russia has tried to promote in Ukraine over the last 30 years, corruption most of all, and that Ukraine will become a normal European country, and, as I say, pan-Russian in the process. Well, like Estonia developed itself in the 90s, or from the 90s, trying to be the exact opposite of Soviet Union in every sense of the word, and Ukraine will develop in the opposition to Russia also when the conflict will be over. So the other part, well, then what's left? What are we left with? Obviously, like Estonia in the 1990s, the only realistic choice is Europe. I remember, well, being part of the discussions on our European integration in the 1990s. You know, there were people who were suggesting that Estonia could be sort of a bridge, you know, between the West and Russia. Well, obviously, no one needs such a bridge. I mean, if the Swedes, the Portuguese want to talk to Russia, want to trade with Russia, well, you know, they do it without a bridge. So the only option for Estonia to become normal was to integrate into Europe. And those calls, well, the alternative voices in Ukraine are these days as marginal as they were in Estonia at that time. Well, so, and the European Union, obviously, it was a template for reforms for Estonia and today for Ukraine. Ukraine has done a lot under the association agreement. For many years, actually, Ukraine has taken over EU norms, in its legislation, and it's becoming, in every sense of the word, Europeanized day by day. To be more concrete, for the first, let's say, the most important criteria, and of course after the historic event really in June last year, where Ukraine got the candidate status in the European Union, which a year ago, 2 years ago, no one saw coming, but luckily this terrible war has also brought positive things, and it will enable Ukraine to take its place in Europe, and of course I hope very much that Ukraine will use this opportunity. The European Commission listed seven most important steps that Ukraine will have to take in the nearest future. And Ukraine has made good progress. Many of those steps are connected to the rule of law, fight against corruption, and obviously that is the most important thing. Without that, European integration is just not possible. Also, rule of law meaning that the rights of European, I don't know, be it Polish or Latvian citizens or companies should be protected as much all over the territory of the European Union as in their home country. So that would include Ukraine as well, and that's why you need a rule of law, and of course for the development of Ukraine itself. So I hope the Ukrainian government and the parliament will keep up the good work. Then, of course, the European Union is much more than just 7 steps. It's a mountain of legal acts. And yesterday, the European Commission came out with the so-called analytical report, which is then the whole of the EU acquis compared to the Ukrainian legislation, or vice versa, Ukrainian legislation compared to the EU acquis. And, well, I'm sure once the Ukrainian officials will dig through that mountain of legal acts, then everybody will be on the same page, realizing that, well, it is a lot of work and it cannot be done overnight, even if the political will is there, even if Ukraine keeps reforming regardless of the war, and there is no other option. But it will take a while. But countries like Estonia and many others, of course, are there to help the process along and to share our own experiences as well. And then we will see. There will be an oral report in spring by the European Commission. There will be the regular progress report in October, the latter being much more important. And hopefully, Ukraine will pass it with good marks. And hopefully this will lead to the opening of accession negotiations. But then again, that process will take a while, but what matters, of course, is the end result, and certainly it would be one of the happiest days of my life if and when Ukraine would become a member of the European Union and, well, NATO, for that matter, as well. But, of course, there will be other work that is left for us all, mostly reconstructing Ukraine, but it's much easier to do that in the framework of European integration than without it. And, well, it's already a worn-out phrase a bit, but build back better. Well, nothing will be the same after the war, but some things will be better than before the war. And Estonia, actually, together with Portugal, tries to show an example to other countries, and we have started reconstruction work already, even if the war is still going on. Estonia has chosen the Zhytomyr region together with Portugal, and we have already started constructing a kindergarten in Ovruch. Right. Well, but that was those were the things I wanted to say about the future direction of Ukraine away from Russia and towards Europe in a rather compact manner, but I thought I should leave Jean a possibility to conduct a panel discussion as well, so I will stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this quite holistic overview of what are the current challenges when it comes to helping Ukraine to recover after this really awful tragedy. We have roughly 20 minutes before lunch. That's why we'd like to open the floor for any questions for our wonderful panelists. I think we can take maybe a few questions at a time. And also, if I don't see any questions, I might have to ask some questions myself. Trying to see if anybody maybe is hiding somewhere over there. Ah, yeah, we have one question there. Do we have a microphone maybe for, yeah.
Hi, I'm Raluca Răducanu. I'm coming from Romania. A question for the representatives from the civil society working in Ukraine and with Ukrainians. Do you get any help from EU to recreate programs that Ukrainians need, or is it just your internal capacity? Are there any programs from the European Union that could help you in your activity, or do you think you need something more specific that we can all do or we can propose to the European institutions?
Okay, very good. Would you like to?
Thank you so much for the question. Of course, we receive support from European Union, but we need more support right now because we have different clusters, like humanitarian clusters, which divided to different directions. It's basic needs. It's educational cluster where we can do a lot of things together. This is different aspects of work. And together what we need, it's very important for us because now tendency of searching in Google Ukraine and our needs and something disappear. So, it's my personal point of view. I'm afraid about the routinization of the war because for European Union, it's like, oh, again, daily life. But for me, for my family, for my friends who are in Ukraine with me, it's not our daily life, it's surviving each day. Just each day we try to stay alive. Just imagine, I have son, 10 years old son, and he was with me in metro station, and Estonia even don't have metro stations where in case of you can hide, but we have to work together because our children need psychological support. We opened hotline in Ukraine. It's a telephone hotline. We have, so different needs of people, and each person, it doesn't matter your salary, or each person can do input to future peace. Each person. So, as to the European institutions, of course, we need support, and what is my wish, it's direct support, not through a lot of these, organizations which appear, and not to the organizations who spend more money for administrative stuff in Ukraine, but not direct support. I think we should think about maybe change a little bit the rules of support, because we have a lot of missions in Ukraine, but most of their budget from 60 to 80% going to administration staff, and mostly it's staff, international staff. So we are not employed Ukrainians, we are not, it's very important to work directly with beneficiary, final beneficiary. And of course, we receive huge support to our institutions through different ministers, Ministry of Social Affairs, Ministry of Regional Development, and it's very valuable for us, thank you for mentioning Zhytomyr reconstruction. It's very important for us. And can you imagine, we built 20 schools, and our school in Donetsk region, Konstantinivka, totally destroyed. 3 of our schools now under occupation. But we opened 8 schools in December because we have children. We need this support, we need these shelters, we need these generators for just heating our children. We need it. We have electricity right now, it depends in some regions 4 hours, sometimes our School of Peace, for example, in Smila, have electricity during the night, and cookers wake up just to cook for 1,500 children in Smila school. So we live in another paradigm right now. It's about surviving. So if we are asking for generators, we are asking it for heating our families, just to save lives. And even, you know, small input or what you can do. If you can do psychological support, let's cooperate. So we are really, really open. Cooperate with government institutions, civil society institutions. We are on the one direction of work. So, I want to reflect to the corruption question, because it's very important. We are fighting with corruption. We are not letting be it in Ukraine. And much more. Yes, we have destroyed buildings, we have destroyed our houses, schools. But what we have institutional memory. And we know that we don't want to be dependent on Russia, electricity, and there we don't need Russia in our territory. We can do everything by ourselves, but we need to be free. And just help us to be free, because otherwise democracy not appear in different parts of the world. We are fighting for all of us, for democratic instruments, for democracy in all levels. And we work with government institutions, and they are really open right now. I can say that 5 years ago it was so open that you can, you know, write a letter to executive minister, have a meeting just in 1 hour. I don't remember such. Now the institutions are open to cooperate. All institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for this very comprehensive answer. Any other question from the audience?
Yes, I have a question. Can you please tell me how Estonia support civil society organization and how work together with them to help for this question?
Well, we have been, it's a good question, thank you very much. I've been involved a bit in that as well, as I used to serve as Estonian ambassador to Ukraine until 2019. So supporting the civil society in Ukraine was a big part of our work. It's always been important, and that's the way how the society really develops. Because, well, besides other things, civil society, even much more than Estonia, for example. I mean, in Estonia, we know there is civil society, that you do nice projects, but still, for a civil servant, well, it's somewhere away. But in Ukraine, it's really central. And if you help civil society, I mean, they also put pressure on the government to make reforms faster, for example. So it's really been in the center of our attention. And we heard from. Let's do it. The cleanup, which is an Estonian, let's say, an Estonian thing that has spread to Ukraine as well. And our president Kersti Kaljulaid at the time took part in the cleanup day, and we went to clean up, picked up well, broken bottles and needles in Dnipro together. Or we instituted our civil society, our NGO started or brought the Estonian opinion festival format to Ukraine. So in Severodonetsk, in Luhansk region, we used to have several editions of that, well, until the big war broke out. And that's what we keep doing for the foreseeable future.
I would like to add. In 2018, I have been leader of policy and advocacy department in You Lead with Europe program, where six countries invest to reform of decentralization. Among these countries, Sweden, Estonia and other countries, and Estonia part was digitalization of our services. So due to this huge support, we have actually a lot of digital instruments right now, and we are really successful in reform of decentralization. Our communities strengthen their capacities due to this reform, because Estonia help us to create an interoperable system, so we connect all services to one place. It's centers of administrative service centers. So all services in one place. So due to Sweden, we create physical places, 600 administrative service centers, but due to Estonia, we created this digital system. So each person of community can come to this center, what is, was ecological and was very modern, accessible and gender-oriented, and can receive any service. This very important reform and very successful reform. And as to civil society organizations, I think it's very important to do exchanges and support such exchanges. Maybe we can do agreement between Ukraine and Estonia, because due to Erasmus Plus projects, 2 years ago, our young people come from Ukraine to, I don't remember the name of community because it was small and somewhere in the forest. So, but this community hosted our young people now. So, you know, it's friendship, it's about values, common values. So it's important that you have friends and, you know, young people can come, and of course vice versa, because after this horrible war, we invite young people to visit our cities, of course.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more question there, but should it be the final question?
My name is Christina. I'm from Finland, and I wanted to ask, especially the you two people here, about Poland and Estonia now, especially after the war and the energy crisis and all the prices and all of this. Do you think that still the Polish community and the Estonian community, they're still encouraged to help more the organizations to Ukraine, or it literally it didn't increase after the whole crisis that happened in community, and people think that everything is so expensive and we can't live good after all this like pressure? Do you think that there should be more encouragement and more like advertise for the organization to help the Ukrainian war in Polish community and in Ukraine itself, or is it still increasing and it didn't affect the movement?
Well, starting from the government side, I mean, Estonia has supported militarily Ukraine to the tune of 1% of our GDP, and at the same time, citizens, civil society organizations are, collecting money and sending sending money and, well, all sorts of equipment to Ukraine. Well, when we asked, yes, will it continue? And of course, many people have done their part, and maybe there is certain tiredness. There is no other way than to continue, and it will continue for a long, long time, because even if relations between Estonia and Ukraine were good before this stage of the war as well, but now with the more than 60,000 Ukrainians living in Estonia, with so many Estonians being active, some of them delivering used cars there for the fighters and all that, the human contact between the Estonians and Ukrainians is so much more intense than it ever was. And I think this human link will not disappear. So that means it will continue for a long, long time.
Thank you very much.
Can I add? I really recommend to all our participants to read the report of NASK. This is an organization, a Polish organization, who published a report about disinformation. Russia disinformation in society. So this is putting like narratives, and they do research. This organization did research. What narratives on the top? And coverage of population with these narratives. So according to NASK, this organization, the result of their research, the top of narrative that you cover Ukrainian needs instead covering needs of Polish people. So this is narratives, Russian narratives. So we face with disinformation. And, and of course it's influence to the population that, I should think about electricity, about my payment, not about the child who was killed yesterday in Ukraine. But it's narratives. We are fighting not for only saving our lives. We showed that we are ready to put our lives, to the table. We show this. We are ready. But it's important to defend values. It's a question about values. So what society we will have in the future if we are not defending our values? So I really recommend to read narratives, because in each country work huge machine of disinformation. And second narrative is Ukrainization of Poland. Another narratives, for example, be afraid of Ukrainian women because they will steal your husbands.
Well, I just wanted to add a couple of words. Fully agree. Luckily, no one has discovered that narrative in Estonia yet. Not yet. The dangerous Ukrainian women, but there is a popular political party in Estonia. For you, based in Estonia, you certainly know whom I'm talking about. That is pushing the narrative as well. That electricity prices are increasing, and we should support our own citizen instead of sending money to Ukraine. Well, luckily, it's a minority view. Even some members of the party try to distance from that view, and that view will never prevail in this country.
Do we have the time for, I think, one more question? I think it's almost time for lunch, but maybe we can take one final, but actually we cannot take one final because we have a very tight schedule. So I really would like to thank all our panelists for truly relevant, interesting, really important comments on all these matters. So massive round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Vasily informed me that the panel isn't over yet because the concept of the conference is to invite all opinions, and you are now invited to join the tables and have a discussions with all the participants about the theme, and then in 10 minutes come back with some recommendations that we will put in the final declaration, everything that you consider important and that the audience might bring to the table. So another 10 minutes for working groups and then the conclusions, and we will end this panel. Thank you.
So, for a procedural information, we will break now for lunch. And then when we start the session in the afternoon, we will begin by receiving the reports from the roundtables. That will take us about 5 minutes, and then we move directly to our panel, the first panel of the afternoon. So the program now is that bon appetit. You go for lunch.
We are back at 2 o'clock here. Have a nice lunch time. See you in our...
Anne? Jean? Reporting, okay. Who else? Any other table? John? Okay, so let's start with, since you are standing, John. Okay, you can start.
Yes, I think I will have to summarize.
You can take this mic.
I will summarize in a very succinct way. I think two tables, actually. Our table mainly discussed grants, grants that we should make much more available to local communities in countries outside the European Union, and really try to make the whole process of application for these grants much simpler, because now the level of technocracy, bureaucracy in these grants is actually very overwhelming, even for people inside the European Union. Yeah, eventually it will about be also one of the key points will also to fight disinformation. As we know, disinformation is a big issue because certain certain external actors, Russian actors, are indeed sharing this misinformation in the digital sphere. But another issue is that it's what we call this viral marketing effect, that after this malicious, malign Russian external actors are sharing this disinformation, normal people start to share disinformation themselves, and they're not even aware that they're sharing this disinformation. So it's really important to understand what is not only the consequence, but the source of this disinformation. And eventually all about, again, amplifying, and again amplifying the support for Ukraine in a very relentless way, because this effort, it's never enough. At this stage, the war is still happening, and we need permanent, stronger statements of full support to Ukraine, because there is only one victory that matters here. It's a Ukrainian victory. Yeah, that's it.
Hello. Well, we discussed quite similar things also. I would go through the points that we took note of. Every NGO, however large or small, is important to participate in the raising awareness about the Ukrainian war. We need to support the Ukrainian NGOs to keep up the work they do locally as a sense of normality and boosting resilience to the Ukrainian society. An end to the war without a Ukrainian victory is not acceptable. We need to raise awareness about NATO and EU capabilities and their defense special capabilities, especially among the Russian-speaking communities in Eastern Europe. They're not aware of what they are, how they work. We have a note about a fear of a World War III among the youth because of the Ukrainian war. And we need especially to improve the state of information among the Eastern European youth, especially due to the lack of English language skills among the youth and the dominance of Russian-speaking media. And finally, we need to reach to Russian civic society, although the many risks that this entails, especially in respect for the after the war era. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. At my table, we talked about a little bit about the solutions and problems that we see and what we should learn from this conflict right now. And we talked about that in each country, when the stream of immigrants come to in your country, and when they're coming back to their own countries, that they should learn new skills. They should learn how to create a better reconstruction in the country they're going back to, and also about the knowledge that they have learned being outside their own country. So they play an important role when they come back to their own countries. And we also talk about the inclusion in the society. That means that they have possibility to learn the language, get a job very fast, and this is the most important role for the host country, if you say so. And of course, we also got some example of how we can use some digital skills or some digitalization tools to help newcomers if they go into a doctor or some public places, they need some help, and the shops. So because a lot of problems is happening especially in those fields. And yeah, that's what we talk about. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for these very succinct reporting, but I think they translate what has been discussed and transpired from the exchanges around the tables. So now we move to our next panel, and I would like to call on Nikolai to take over and organize the panel. No problem, please.
Let me invite the participants to the floor. Lena?
Are we just women here?
And Raluca.
Okay. Do you want to sit there?
Okay. I will stay there. Just let me to start our discussion, the second panel, and to present our participants, our experts invited on the stage.
It's very bright.
So first of all, let me present myself. I'm Nikolai Tsvetkov from Moldova, PhD in political sciences, and actually I present the non-governmental organization Spiro from this country. Last year I was working in the public service in the Bureau of Politics for Integration in the State Chancellery of Government of Moldova. But about 3 months ago, I have decided to come back in the civil society sphere. So the panel discussion today is called Moldova's Future: East, West, or somewhere in the middle. To understand Moldova's future, we have to be able to understand existing factors and challenges Moldova faces actually as a country and as a society, taking into account international and internal and external actors who play a leading role in Moldova actually and in the near future at least. Let me present my colleagues for the panel for today. I'm not sure, Vasily, do you know if Stefan Wolf is online? Yes. Yeah, super. The first expert, Stefan Wolf from UK, Department of Political Science and International Studies, Professor of International Security from University of Birmingham. Right to me staying Ekaterina Kozuhar, Axis Mundi, the angel firm of company from the Switzerland, research and consulting. Lena Andersson, independent expert, Balkans Analysis Group, Malmö University. And Raluca Raducanu, political consultant from Romania. You know, just some words. When I was a student 20 years ago, was very popular the book of the American political philosopher of Japanese provenience, Francis Fukuyama, who wrote a book, The End of History. And last year, I had a flash after the 24th February, after the beginning of the Russian war in Ukraine, that maybe history is back or is not. We can answer after a year to this question. Let us try to do it on the example of Moldova. So the first speaker is Stefan Wolf from the UK. Stefan, are you hearing us? He's not online. So it's a pity. Let us continue in this case with the next presentation of Ekaterina Kožuchar with the topic Moldova is the next front of the Ukraine war. As put the question about the Narva, Gert, and the previous panel, but Moldova is the next front of the Ukraine war. Ekaterina, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. My greetings to all participants and guests of today's conference. Thank you very much for your attention in advance. My name is Ekaterina Kožuchar. I have been working as a journalist near 20 years. So I have studied the political, economical, social, cultural situation of Moldova quite well. Last years I have been living in Brussels and Geneva, and I founded a company, Access Mundi Switzerland. This summer in Geneva Center for Security Policy, my book Building Peace Moldova Switzerland was launched. This one it was also presented in international conference in Chisinau this September as well. I will come back to it a little bit later because it has a direct connection to this conference. So after February 24, the question how to ensure the security of Moldova in this confrontation between big powers became the most important. It overshadowed the problems with raising gas prices, falling living standards in Moldova, opposition manifestation, etc. And at the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the Moldovan president, Maia Sandu, she declared that Moldova has a neutral status, and so it wouldn't be involved in the war. And our neutral status is fixed in the Constitution, in Article 11, that the Republic of Moldova has permanent neutrality. In her discourse in March, she always said about this, telling that our country firmly condemns the aggression of the Russian Federation against a neighboring and friendly country, Ukraine. At the same time, we confirm our neutral status and non-involvement in the conflict. And she called on Russia and Ukraine to start negotiations, peace negotiations. And this significantly decreased the anxiety and tension in Moldovan society. However, with time, the president and the leading party PAS, with time they start to speak less and less about neutrality in Moldova and said that they doubt that it actually can protect us. So 6 months later, our president already said that for a long time the political discourse in Moldova was in favor of neutrality, which, as we see, does not protect us. We have a serious security threat from Russia, which we face every day, she said. At the same time, cases of falling missiles debris in Moldova have begun to occur, and not all the time we knew which origin it has, Russian or Ukrainian. In the political discourse of Moldova, ruling majority start to call that we have to allocate funds for our military forces, to renew it, to strengthen it. And Moldovan army have received a part of armored vehicles from Germany, and the European Union promised us to give 40 million for Moldovan army. In January this year, the president of Moldova, Maia Sandu, began to tell that neutrality of Moldova can be actually abandoned for the sake of joining NATO. On her opinion, this can provide the security of the country. But from one hand, it surely will increase the tension with non-recognized Transnistria, and from the other hand, I think that many of us know a little bit about Moldova. It has very weak economy and has very modest mobilization capabilities, and it is difficult to imagine that if Moldova chooses military way of defense, it will be successful. So the rhetoric of NATO also increased the anxiety in our Moldovan society, because people they don't want to join NATO, and many of polls showed this. For example, one of the poll carried by Fund Konrad Adenauer in November, it showed that only 4.9% of the population would like Moldova joins NATO. That is why there seems to be no our instrument to ensure the Moldovan security as to keep neutral status. But this status should be recognized and by big powers and on international level, and to be strengthened on internal level. I sincerely believe in this, especially considering Switzerland's experience during the First World War and Second World War. Then the country was surrounded by countries who was really in a war, and it managed to stay away and not be involved in the conflict that saved the country from this. Switzerland wasn't destroyed, and it ensured its prosperity and wealth in the future. And Switzerland managed to create this peacemaking role in the world, what it continues to do. So during both First World War and Second World War, Switzerland, it wasn't easy for Switzerland to keep its armed neutrality, but it did a lot of effort on internal and external level. A lot of diplomatic work was done on different levels to keep it, and on internal level it was a social movement. I found it very relevant. It was intellectual national defense or spiritual defense, which contains more than 40 associations which protects and promotes the traditional values of Switzerland. It's federalism, it's multicultural, it's multi-ethnicity, multilingualism, tolerance, multi-parties, and many other traditional values of Switzerland. And I think that Moldova doesn't need a strong army, it needs other kind of defense. And some signs of this defense, fortunately, we can observe in Moldova with the activity of Intellect Group and NGO Spero, which doing the analysis of political process of Moldova, which estimate the public opinion, how the population perceive different problems, and organizing also international conferences in Chisinau. And they also supported the publishing of the book, my book, Building Peace Moldova, Switzerland. I want to show you just, if I understand how to work. Okay, how to do it? Okay. So the foreword of the book was written by a Swiss politician and his doctor in political science. He emphasized the neutral status of both countries, the importance of recognition of autonomous territories, multi-ethnicity, multilingualism of both countries. And in the book, this topic is developed with many other Swiss politicians like Filippo Lamberti and many others. And here I want to tell about Moldova. Sorry, I wanted to show you other picture. It's this one. Moldova is a multi-ethnic state, and for the last 100 years it was home for many ethnicities. In this book there is a lot of very deep researches and like essays about Ukrainians, Jewish, Gagauz, Bulgarians, Armenians, and other ethnicities who historically live in Moldova. And we have in Moldova a fairy tale about Moldavian boy, Guguța, who has this hat, a traditional hat, kachula. And he wanted to warm the people in the village during the winter. And as much he wanted to warm people, the bigger hat became. And so this is a beautiful metaphor about people's soul, that, how to say, the hat became so big that he could unite and warm all of the village. And I believe that Moldova, and this rare quality, Moldova people showed through the way how they accepted Ukrainian refugees during the war, from the first days, with empathy, with support, with love. And I want to cite words of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, published this January about Moldova's support for Ukrainian refugees. This support was visible from the first days and weeks of the war, when tens of thousands of refugees, mainly women and children, fled Ukraine and continue to do this day. Despite many pressing economic challenges and limited resources, Moldovans opened their country and their homes. Almost 750,000 Ukrainian refugees entered in the past 11 months, and over 102,000 Ukrainian refugees remain, almost half of whom are children. Believe me that for Moldova, for a small country with near 3 million of people and with very weak economy, it's a huge number. And I'm very proud of Moldova with this non-pragmatical approach of Moldovan people who helped and who continue to help Ukrainian refugees, implementing this principle of Kechula, big heart. And I believe that Moldova will not be next in the war if Moldovan government will respect the rights of its minorities, languages, like Switzerland did, because in Switzerland there is 4 official languages. And I dream that Moldova, with its neutral status, can unite and play this peace-building role. Considering that Moldova is the only country that remains neutral from Barents Sea to the Baltic Sea, I believe that Chisinau will be the place where the negotiation will take place. I hope as soon as possible. The last moment, another important point in this book, in the script or the documentary I did about the United Nations organization, with a lot of critics, there is a chapter dedicated to the question, what I am doing for the peace. And few people, passionate people, not famous people, they explained what they're doing to make the world better. And I'm surprised that with the beginning of the war in Ukraine, there is still not organized an anti-war movement, not against anyone, but for the peace, like it was in Vietnam War in the USA with hippie movement. Why? To make a pressure to politicians to start the negotiation process. So I hope that in Moldova something can start it, and also will influence that Moldova will not be involved in the war and spread in the Europe with the peace-building ideas. I believe that Moldova will avoid the fate to be the next front in the war in Ukraine. I would like for it to have the courage to take the role of mediator in peace talks. Turkey and Israel, they pretend to be the countries that will be moderators, but why not Moldova? And I really believe that everyone here can do something for the peace, and I welcome all of you in the warm hat of Kechula. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ekaterina. It was a very interesting speech. I have noticed the idea that was discussed, as I said to my colleague, in March last year, that all of us believe that this war will be for the short time, and maybe it will be followed for the negotiations, and Chisinau was proposed one of the place as a neutral state to discussions between Kiev and Moscow, but actually, we see that the negotiations are not possible in actual conditions. But really, the diversity of Moldova is, on the one hand, is a opportunity. On the other hand, create for us a lot of challenges. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And let me offer the floor for Lena Andersson, with the speech EU role in supporting Moldova as a state candidate for EU by improving the rule of law and empowering development of democratic society.
It's a very long title.
But it's consistent.
Is it consistent? Yes, maybe. So, good afternoon. As you probably understood from the introduction, I am an independent expert, but certainly not on Moldova, although I am here on this panel. I don't claim to be an expert on Moldova, although I have been working since 1999 in the Western Balkans, who are the link between the EU and you. So I will share my experience of being one of the international experts trying to move countries in the Western Balkans into EU and apply that perspective to Moldova. I know a bit about Moldova. I have a number of students from Moldova that are incredible, impressive, and I had 3 or 4 of them this summer in Malmö University, and the thing they told me what they did for the Ukrainian refugees, I mean, that's just amazing. I agree completely with the limited resources, and not only civil society, but actually government, municipality, it was all over. So I'm you know, hat off, talking about hat to you. So I also want to say that I'm not a lawyer, like most people who talk about European Union, so I will be a little bit critical to how European Union is approaching the issue of membership and how states are approaching it. This is my take, being not an expert on Moldova, from this perspective. Almost 2/3 of Moldovan citizens live abroad, mostly in EU countries. This is what I have got from the internet. I hope it is true. But I know that many of my Moldovan friends and colleagues and students are very integrated into EU in this sense. This makes it easier to do the EU accession, in my view. They share a border, a culture and political history, and a language when one EU country. This could also be a big advantage. But there is also a danger. And this is one of my critical thinking about the EU accession process as I have seen it. It's very easy to cut and paste the EU acquis. And the EU acquis is the set of regulations, obligations, and rights that the EU hold and that you have to comply with. So it's very easy to cut and paste, and you are done and check in the box. And we know that every politician, being Swedish, Estonian, Ukrainian, Moldova, want to have a quick fix, quick results. So it's very easy to cut and paste, and you haven't really lived the values. We have the issue of Transnistria, which is evolving as we stand here. We don't know, I mean, I visited Moldova first time in 2007, being a very naive Swede, and was shocked to hear about Transnistria. Nobody had talked about it, and I went home and I was making noise, and people said, oh, who cares, it's Moldova, it's over there, it's something small. Now it's very interesting how the perception in Transnistria is changing with the war, and how we talk about stuck between the West and the East. I mean, this is the place that is stuck between the East and the West, really. And many people in Transnistria, as I understand it, have no other choice but Russia, because their curricula is not accepted in the EU. So how are EU going to bring Moldova into EU with a part of the country being completely excluded from EU when it comes to freedom of movement? This, I think, is the major blockage. And then we have the advantage of a small country. Of course, we know it's easier to manage small kids than big kids. It's the same with small countries and big countries. Sorry, Ukraine, it's a problem that you are so big. But I also think that it's an advantage in the funds that you will give. So you have these IPA funds to support the accession. And as I have seen it, the smaller country, the more money per action. So this is also a big opportunity for Moldova. It's a very personal take on the background. So I'm going to move the slides myself. Let's see if I can. This is my worst slide. This is the core, because I'm going to talk about rule of law, which is one small or big part of the EU acquis. Now, I don't think that everybody knows what means by rule of law. There are 2 of the 31 chapters, or 33 maybe, a lot of chapters, 23 and 24, that are dealing with the rule of law. These are the first chapters that you open, and there are the last chapters that you close. So it means, and it has been increasingly focused on these because of the Polish issue, the Hungarian issue, and so on. So we see that rule of law has not been implemented in the values of the citizen, of the institution, of the politicians, of the civil servant. Therefore, this is the chapter that closes last. So you cannot comply with it, do a lot of other things, go back to how it was before and then close. So this is very important. And here you can see a lot of things. For me, when I'm working in the EU project, I work with fight against corruption. I'm an anti-corruption expert, so-called. So fight against corruption is in the rule of law. I'm not sure I like that, but it's there. There are other chapters about food safety. When I worked in Albania, I worked with corruption in the inspectorates, which has a lot to do with food safety. So, of course, corruption is also there. There is a chapter on procurement. The major problem with procurement is corruption. So, but here it is. And there is a lot of assessment already being done in Ukraine and in Moldova, in the Western Balkan, about corruption by the Council of Europe and the UN. So there is a lot of, measurements of how is the success, what are the reform, what is missing. We have the human rights, children's rights, gender, it's all there in the rule of law. But we also have, might be difficult to see here, we have terrorism, cooperation with police in, let's say, Sweden and Estonia, cooperation with customs between Moldova and Romania. It's enormous rule of law. It's very much, right? So I just want you to understand that when we talk about the rule of law, it's all of this. And it's not only judiciary, it's not only judges and prosecutors, it's much more. So for me, maybe it's because I am raised in Sweden, I don't know. For me, EU is not about laws, not at all. For me, EU is about values. And I think what we have seen in Poland and Hungary, sorry to rub it in, is about lack of values and therefore changing laws. And in Article 49 of the EU Treaty, this is confirmed, this gives me right, because it says, any European state that want to respect the blocs or the unions' core values can apply for membership. Of course, you should also be geographic in Europe, which some people contest that Georgia is, but, you should be in Europe and you should. So it's not about the laws. It's if you don't have the values, sorry, don't apply. Don't even think about it. So it's about values. I think it's really important. And when I work with anti-corruption, I always say, and I will show you on the next slide, my little summary of anti-corruption work, that people tend to think that this is about structure, that it's about policies, laws, processes, and all that. And I have seen in the Western Balkan all of that. They are better than in Sweden. They have better protection of whistleblowers, everything. We don't even have corruption as a crime in our criminal code, right? So we should be worse. No. But what do we have? We have the culture. So we don't need the structure, we think, but of course we need it. So I always say it's all about these things. And do you see where value is? Value is in the red box. Value is in the culture. But when we are cooperating with the EU delegation or the Commission, they are all in the blue box. The checks, the evaluation is 99% in the blue box. That's why it's so easy. if Moldova just cut and paste from the Romanian language, you will have filled everything there in the blue box, and you don't live the values. I mean, I think you do partly, but sorry, there is a risk that you don't live the values. So my advice, seeing this, is to, because there is a lot of civil society, young people here, make sure that you get a place at the table when there is discussion about the EU accession. This is not about ministries. This is about citizens. And what has been proving in the Western Balkan experience is that civil society organizations are furious because they are never invited in a consultative process with the EU accession, although consultative process is one of the processes that is a precondition to be in the EU. So you don't do what you're supposed to do when it comes to the EU accession. So I think civil society should demand to be, first, you should learn everything about the EU accession, so you are a good contributor, then you should demand a place at the table. I could talk forever about culture, but I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to show you another contradiction. So the EU accession is partly to just, I think in Moldova's case, a lot of the legislation is in place and a lot of the values are in place, but there are still some reforms to actually go deep in this area. And when we look at how we do reforms, it's mostly people who are politicians, political science, lawyers. And how are we, even I'm in economics or financial management, we are taught from the day we enter into university and we start studying science that people are rational and people make rational choices. Because all these science economics come from, the medical science, the science that looks at rationality. But here we have people and behaviors, yes. So this is my second advice. We are basing our reform on the perfect rational Da Vinci person, right? But we are faced with ourselves, and we are more like Homer Simpson than the Da Vinci people. So this is also why we need to talk about values and behavior. And we cannot implement reform assuming that people will be rational. We have to monitor ourselves. We have to monitor people. I wish that every country that is going into the accession have a little nudging unit close to the prime minister, like Denmark have, like UK have, to really monitor behavior of citizens. I can talk about this forever, but I'm not going to do it. It's another lecture. This is my take on the reform. So we have the structure and culture here on the going down and up. And then I have 3 levels. The institution, which could also be the society. Institution doesn't have to be an organization. The process and the individual. And I think that everybody that has a role to play in Moldova or in Ukraine moving forward on the EU accession need to make sure that all these boxes are ticked. And with individuals can be citizens, but mostly I'm thinking about civil servants that are going to, implement these reforms. I will end up with a positive note for Moldova. Just a few days ago, the Transparency International published the Corruption Perception Index. And it is really bad, as usual. Always there's nothing, there's no change, everything is getting worse or the same. But there are 5 countries in the world, of the 108 countries, there are 5 countries that they label significant improvers, and one of them are Moldova. So I give a hand of applause to Moldova for fighting corruption. And lastly, I want to say something which is more personal. So you told people that I work at Malmö University, which I do every summer. And we just 2 hours or 3 hours ago, we got a note from the Swedish Institute that Malmö University will also hold a summer course this year. So everybody who is from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, but not from the government, not in the public service, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, and Sweden are welcome to apply for the Swedish Institute Academy for Young Professionals. I can give the link to the organizer and they can send it out, but you can also reach out. Oh, you took away my slide. Oh, there it is. You can also take a note of my Lena A. Sweden Gmail and send to me. You have to be a professional, which means you have to work in civil society, in the public sector, or be a politician, and be 35 years or younger. Then you will have a lovely training in either Malmö, but we also know that Lund, Linköping, Gothenburg, Södertörn, and Halmstad have these. So there are a number of them, these courses, and I encourage you to apply to this. And Estonia, so far, since 2015, we only have 22 participants. So it's a country we are really looking forward to have more people here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lena, for such an interesting presentation. I'm excited about the 2 boxes. Really, at least the last 10 years, Moldova every time is performing some reforms, discussions, negotiations, what to do, better strategies, politics, and so on. But when we are speaking about values, such a unanimity is not set. But now I understand that where we have to put the accents. Thank you. So the next presentation is invited to do Raluca Raducanu with the title "The Need for Social Resilience in Moldova to Enhance Security." Raluca, please.
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes. I'm an independent expert working with committees in the Parliament, Foreign Affairs Committee and Security and Defense Committee from the Parliament of Romania. I'm working on Moldova for almost 13 years now, enough to have an approach and to give voice to some conclusions. There is a specificity about the eastern neighborhood of the European Union. Each country could serve as an example for the other, all sharing the membership of the USSR and later the vicinity of what is becoming a more and more colonial Russia, which describes them as its own sphere of influence, this meaning neglecting their own sovereignty. We are talking a lot about the war in Ukraine, and we are right to do so. But if we look back in history, we can see that it all started and still continues. It all started in March 1992, when Russia attacked, after the fall of the USSR, when Russia attacked Moldova, war which ended in frozen conflict, and the creation of the unrecognized Russian-backed Republic of Transnistria, whose main goal was both strategical and political. First, to prevent the expansion of Western alliances in what Russia names its sphere of influence, and political, to maintain internal political control in Moldova when and if needed. It was followed by Georgia and Ukraine, and it transformed into a full-scale war in Ukraine, also due to the weak response of the West to the previous wars. These are not just wars or frozen conflicts. they are also crises with deep and long-term effects on society. Moldova's political and social response in terms of resilience was at first adaptative. It was fear translated into saying no NATO membership for us. They introduced the concept of neutrality in the constitution and kept searching for a gray area, a middle positioning between East and West that could help them benefit from both worlds without endangering none. And it led even to imagining themselves as a bridge between East and West. And we've heard that earlier today, that it was a discourse in Estonia too, and probably everywhere in the Eastern neighborhood. But in 2007, something happened. Romania joined the European Union, and EU became a major player in Moldova, not because it had a specific policy, but because it had the border on the Prut River. So the result was the Europeanization through vicinity. Just by being there, the European Union started transforming the Moldovan society. The main attraction point is, of course, a better quality of life, better services, better salaries, and better institutional response to people's need. But if asked to make a choice between EU and Russia, there is still an important category of people who will choose Russia. But if defining EU and Russia through standards of living, even that category of people will choose the European way of life and the European quality of life. At this point, a close relation with the European Union became so important for people in Moldova that no political party, regardless of their ideological choice, can ignore. After 2014, and even more so during the war in Ukraine, Moldova entered a transformative phase. The vulnerabilities derived from the adaptive response became clearer than ever, and solutions are being sought. They are, together with the European Union, diversifying the energy sources and shifting from a defenseless neutrality to increasing the budget on defense and searching for alliances, for defensive alliances other than NATO, because, as said earlier, NATO is still a no for Moldovan society. They are also creating a legal framework to incriminate separatism. These are probably baby steps, but there are important ones. There are also internal vulnerabilities in Moldova, demographic one, and probably one that will play a major role in the coming elections is poverty. But in terms of expectations, the war in Ukraine seems to be a crisis that the Moldovan society is not willing to waste. However, it needs help. Whatever will happen on the political scene, because in this part of the world we don't know what can happen in a year or two, but whatever will happen on the political scene, Moldovan citizens want more Europe. They want citizen-central policies, security, and this is going to transform furthermore the society. But EU should also continue to deliver. As it was said before, Moldova-EU relation, as it's happening in Ukraine, is very institutional. In Moldova, I think there is a need for more Europe, but more Europe to people than more Europe to institutions. However, the first step to help Moldova is helping Ukraine, because we cannot talk about resilience or about security in Moldova if we do not help Ukraine and get all the military equipment they need and the humanitarian aid they need. And Moldova can also be seen as an example in solving or not the conflict or ending or not the war. Because Moldova chose the path to a frozen conflict, which proved to be unsustainable and which led to other wars in Europe and eventually to a full-scale war in Ukraine at this point. So maybe it is a good lesson for EU and all the Western alliances to prevent that from happening in Ukraine and to help Ukraine gain their political and territorial sovereignty back. And maybe through this to solve other frozen conflicts in the eastern neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Raluca. I want to say that Raluca is one of the most confident friends of the Moldova, and is an active participant of a lot of events in our country.
You know, you can count on Romania.
Yeah, we know it. And not only in Romania. I'm usually saying last year that in some way Moldova in actual conditions maybe is not a separate subject as a country, but it is a 26th region of the Ukraine. So still Ukraine is existing, Moldova is existing in actual conditions too. That's why it's, I can quote here the president of Moldova, Maia Sandu, which is saying that Ukrainians are fighting not only for Ukraine, Ukrainians are fighting for the Moldova too. It is on the one hand. On the other hand, let me say about some experience of Moldova within my presentation of civil society input in ensuring peace and security, an example of Transnistrian peace education projects. Let me say, several facts of Moldova and several challenges which can be vulnerable or advantages for my country. Practically 80% of the people from Moldova are speaking Russian language. And in our country, the Russian community is not the biggest ethnic community. The biggest ethnic community are Ukrainians. Ukrainians from Moldova, not refugees, but the people who live in Moldova last several centuries. On the other hand, we have on the southern part of Moldova autonomy, Gagauz, small Gagauz people community. It's about 150,000 people, which came in this country, are enrooted from the beginning of the 19th century. And this community is speaking two languages, Gagauzan and Russian language. We have a small region of Bulgarians in our country, and this community of 50,000 people are inhabited in the southern part of the country, and some of the Bulgarians are living in Transnistrian region. That's why the links between Moldova and the European country, they're more strength than it appears on the first vision. It is one point. Another is it's really the Moldova is a poor country. The poverty it's one of our big challenges, and that's why a lot of economic problems, which was described in the first panel about the food crisis, about the energy crisis, are affected Moldova strongly last year. Moldova is a champion in the Europe from the point of view of inflation. In our country, inflation last year was more than 30%, and the pouring of people was one of the biggest challenges for the acting government. That's why all of this, on the other point of view, the Moldovan people was very active and to offer the humanitarian aid for the Ukrainian refugees. More than 300,000 people passed through Moldova, and about 70,000 people still staying in our country. And integration of the Ukrainian refugees in our society is easier in comparison with other countries from Nordic, in Northern Europe or the Western Europe, because a lot of Ukrainians, a lot of Moldovans, and the inhabitants of Moldova are speaking or Ukrainian or Russian, and some refugees from the Chernivtsi and from the southern part of Odessa region are speaking Romanian. That's why for our people was not a problem. I'm not saying about the religious factors, which practically do not make any barriers between the people from Moldova and from Ukraine. That's why the links with Ukraine is the same strength as with the Europe. But we have to understand, and this one we are monitoring practically whole the year, and not the last year, at least in my professional activity, last 20 years. The influence and the links with the Russia are very strong for our country. About 500,000 of citizens of Moldova moved in Russia, are working in Russia, and keep the relations with the people who staying in Moldova. We have relatives, separated families, or maybe some of their members of the families are working in Russia, and it's not about only these informational links are not based only on the TV shows or news or radio points and stacks and so on. So these relations for our country is very, very diverse. During last year and during last 30 years. About the military conflict, military phase of the Transnistrian conflict, which we have discussed even today. You know, the Moldova is the best, or one of the best examples where that 100 of years of the negotiations is better than 1 day of the war. And the Moldovan people have understood this in '92. And from those period, the neutrality, which about said Ekaterina, became one of the most supported values in our country. And I can say that when I was classed at the war in Ukraine last year, the neutrality as a value arose between the Moldovan people. This idea have been supported by 60% of the Moldovans inhabitants. Actually, the supporting of the neutrality is about 80% of the people from Moldova. But on the level of the authorities, the supporting of Ukraine is undoubtedly. The president, acting government, and the leading party offers full support for the Ukrainian state, for the Ukrainian people, and fighting for their independence, territorial integrity, and sovereign politics. That's why the discussions about the neutrality status, the discussions about the future of the Moldova are continuing. And maybe the perception of the neutrality of the European level, of the whole Europe. Moldova will take their part in these discussions, because we know that not only Switzerland or Austria, or for the moment at least Finland, are neutral in Europe. We have much more examples: Malta, Ireland, and other countries which keeping their neutrality status, at least in the previous period of the international relations and the political system of the Europe. That's why Transnistria for us remain and one of the vulnerable points, and we are trying to manage all risks we are facing because of the existing of this protracted conflict. Some of the politics succeed in this direction. Practically whole population of the Transnistrian region are documented with Moldovan's official documents, passport or identity cards. 90% of the economic life of the economic activity of the Transnistria are monitored by the Moldovan structures and Moldovan institutions. After the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the positions of the Tiraspol, it is the capital of the region, Transnistria, and the capital of Moldova, Chisinau, positions became more closer each to other, percepting the risks of the war as practically equal for the both parts. The aspirations to peace in our country and even the Ukraine in the Transnistrian region are on the maximums. About the more than 96% of the people are supporting the idea that we have to keep peace in our country with any price. Let's say so. So this this allows us to keep the balance in our country, to keep the patience in the possible framework. It's difficult to say what it will be for the next period, but what I'm sure that for Moldova it will be really major risk to keep this balance between the interests of the big countries which are in between. We are staying for the last, not only last year, for the last centuries, because in our history Moldova permanently was a territory between big empires: Ottoman empires, Russian Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire, or Polish-Lithuanian Union. And in our memory in the memory of the population in Moldova, the peace represents one of the main values, and the neutrality is the invention of the 19th century for the European politics, and maybe Moldova is a part of this perception of the neutrality of the European politics. So let me make a conclusion. I'm thankful for the organizers that allows us to discuss the Moldovan case next to the Ukrainian one, because practically I don't see big differences between the position and the risks for Ukraine and Moldova for the last at least 10-15 years. In Moldova and Moldovan authorities and Moldovan society and academic circles, we discussed the risks and vulnerabilities not only for Moldova last years and for Ukraine too. And we was conscious about the possible negative scenarios, about that the keeping status quo does not mean the sustainable development, does not mean the sustainable peace. And unfortunately, the negative scenario is realized for Ukraine, and in these conditions, we hope that the negative scenario will not realize for our country. And that's why we are hoping that stopping war will allows not only for Ukraine to support it, to defend its independence, and this one will allow us to defend our independence and sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thank you. Now, if you have questions to our experts, you're welcome. Please.
Hi, my name is Beata Patashova. I represent NATO headquarters. Actually, I would like to start by saying that, of course, NATO respects Moldova's constitutional neutrality, and we emphasize it in every engagement we have with Moldova. Second point is that, of course, it's for Moldovan people to decide whether the concept of neutrality is useful for them or not. But I would like to rebuke something that was said by Ekaterina earlier. First of all, it was not because of the debates on Moldovan neutrality that Russian missiles landed on Moldovan territory. It was because Russia started illegal war against Ukraine and keeps waging it. And this is the only reason why Moldova is caught in the crosshairs of this. And also Russia violated numerously Moldova's airspace. And this is not related to the debates on neutrality. This is purely Russia violating international law, yet again. Second point, equalizing Russia and Ukraine in this war is not correct. So calling for peace and saying that both sides should sit down and talk is also manipulation. It's very clear that Russia is an aggressor and Ukraine is a victim. And the peace negotiations should happen on Ukraine's terms, the way Ukraine decides and when. And our role as the West is to do everything to support Ukraine so that Ukraine can end this war. Of course, most of the wars end at negotiating table, but it's important to strengthen Ukraine's hand so it can negotiate peace on its own terms. Second of all, comparing Switzerland to Moldova is a manipulation as well. Switzerland has an obligatory military conscription, and it has strong military. If Switzerland was ever attacked, it would be enough for every Swiss man to exit his house with a weapon that they have to maintain at home, by the way, and shoot once, and the war would be over. This is not the case for Moldova. Moldova needs to strengthen, well, Moldovan officials recognize that they need to strengthen its defense sector. And this is why they also requested support from NATO, and at NATO we have defense capacity building initiative aimed at supporting Moldova in many sectors, including in defense sector. So, but my question is a bit different, actually. I just had to say this. My question is following. How do you think international organizations or international community can support Moldovan civil society? Because one of the slides mentioned that a lot of Moldovan people have left, and I think it is also detrimental for Moldovan civil society. So in order for Moldova to transition and to become the country it wants to be, we need to support the civil society. But how do we do it when so many Moldovans actually leave the country? Thank you.
I wouldn't make a huge debate. I just will tell about the manipulation in comparison of Moldova and Switzerland. I don't agree with this. Yes, it was armed neutrality. Switzerland was ready if any attack will happen to answer. But it was a huge, huge work inside country and outside to defend its neutrality. They didn't want to be involved in the war. So Moldova doesn't have any, our army, unfortunately, in the lowest level of capabilities, unfortunately, I have to recognize this, and to tell that, oh, we are so brave, we're going to defend us, having nothing army, or let's need to give us armament, vehicles, everything, tanks, we will defend us. I don't believe in a successful scenario at all. We can discuss a lot, and especially that not all the population in Moldova will go to fight, because we have different still views and opinions. So, and regarding Switzerland and Moldova, first of all, the question of neutrality, it's very common because the same personality historically influenced to the Swiss neutrality 200 years ago. And it was about, let's don't go in the historical context, but we have a lot of similarities. Surely some contexts are different, but I don't understand why, for example, in Moldova, with a lot of multi-ethnical groups, our government wouldn't introduce the second language. Official language or the third official language, Bulgarian, let's say, not only Russian. Russian, surely it's 30% of population speaking Russian. And this tension will decrease in the society. So why we cannot take the example of Switzerland? Why you say that this is manipulation? Your question was how
international organizations are.
Maybe, can I give a suggestion to that answer from my perspective of the civil society?
Surely.
Because I was thinking, we had a discussion around our table on that, and I think it was presented here, but I think there are a few things that European countries, let's say then, European Union countries can do. They can demand, when they sit down with government partners, that civil society organizations should be included. So this is the first thing you could do, to always ask, where is civil society in this meeting? You know, to encourage and to demand. But I also think that, and I have seen, we have had a number of programs with Moldova within the framework of the Swedish Institute, and I think there is a great capacity in the civil society in Moldova. So let's not fool ourselves. It's a great capacity. But I can also see that they are stretched because of what you see. And I can see a few of those that we have worked with have left. So I think maybe how can we do that? Maybe we can do what we have done with Maria in Poros. We can send interns, volunteers to Moldova. So we have sent people from Malmö University who have studied human rights to Maria's NGO to work with human rights with Maria for half a year or 3 months. So I think universities, you know, where people are young and happy to not have the most comfortable conditions, we can easily encourage that type of extra pair of hands, but also with a perspective on how we are doing things in our countries as, you know, some inspiration. So this is what I thought. Sorry.
If I can say something about the civil society, in fact, it is a vivid civil society. The problem is that the international institutions had their own projects, their own interests. So the NGOs in Moldova had to adapt their programs to what the international institutions are requesting. And it is not always custom-made programs. So a way to helping the civil society is to understanding what are the social needs in that country, in Moldova. There are a lot of NGOs working with human rights, promoting, including NATO. There are discussions about NATO, but very little funding, because the international priorities seem to be different before the war started. And now the entire attention is directed to Ukraine, rightly so, to the war. But I think we can take this opportunity and have a better understanding of what the Moldovan society needs and what the NGOs in Moldova need, and help them fulfill their needs and not the needs of international institutions. And I think it's not just the case in Moldova. It can be anywhere. So there are, Moldovan civil society is vivid. There are a lot of NGOs working on various themes, from defense to human rights, gender equality.
Transparency.
Transparency, yes, everywhere in Moldova, from north to south, and including in the Transnistrian region. So there are a lot of opportunities and
If I can add something to that, I think also what we have seen, which is not specifically for Moldova, is that
there tend to be a number of well-connected civil society organizations with the government, which I would call outsourcing NGOs, right? Which we tend to always fund. But there are a lot of grassroots, small organizations, often created with young people, they don't want to have connection to the government. And we are afraid to fund them because we think they are corrupted or they're so we are also feeding the wrong organizations
or
sometimes.
Unexperienced.
Yes. So I think we need to.
Dear coach,
sorry.
let me complete what did you say. So in this way we have succeeded moreover last years. I can say that practically half of the actual ministers in the government came in these positions from the civil society sphere, and some of them already left the government. Coming back in the civil society.
You included.
Some of the representatives of the civil society make part of the Supreme Council for Security next to the president. The transparency of the institutions Maria told about the Ukrainian institutions. It is normal for us, for every minister, to receive a question from any media, mass media source, and to answer practically in the same day, because the advisors to the minister, it is the former journalist or the former expert and the human rights protection and so on. That's why this cooperation between civil society organizations and public institutions is higher. It's not higher than it was 5 or 10 years ago. But Raluca is perfectly pointed the problem that the international problems, international agenda is not quietly custom to the needs of the social needs of the Moldovan side. Okay, organizers says us that we are limited in times. That's why some questions very short and short answers from the experts. Please.
We'll see. Okay, very quickly. First of all, I don't really know anything about Moldova, so it would be helpful. The first one, because in order to discuss all this one, is how powerful is because you are talking about a multi-ethnic entity. So how powerful is the Moldovan identity vis-à-vis and therefore the loyalty of those people to a nation which will identify as Moldova? In relation to this one, what is the dominant threat perception? We are talking about neutrality, but this might also be related to the predominant threat perception that exists among society, because this is an existential issue. In terms of the accession or not, you've described that 80% are not in favor of it. So my question is whether we have credible debates, discussions, and presentations about it in order to have not an emotional, but really an argument-based position. And finally, in relation to civil society, I would like to ask you whether it is organized along ethnic lines, or do we have cross-cutting? And just a comment in terms of what you described, like some of the civil society organizations are linked to the state. I mean, one of the elements of civil society is their independence from the state. So such status really delegitimizes their role and therefore their acceptance by the wider society. Thank you.
Who will?
None of the questions was for me, so I am pausing.
Ekaterina?
If you can repeat the first question, because it was, can you repeat the first question?
We are talking, you have identified that Moldova is a multi-ethnic entity.
Not?
A multi-ethnic entity.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is, how powerful is, so we have double or multiple identities.
Yeah.
So my question, how powerful is the Moldovan identity vis-à-vis the sub-state identities that we recognize there, the sub-state ethnic identities? Hence the loyalty to defending a nation state which is called Moldova.
This is a really very good question, and I think that for many Moldavians, it would be ask them whom they consider. Moldavians, Romanians, Russian, Bulgarian. It would be, you will be surprised of a variety of answers, because I think that still Moldavian identity wasn't built, and it's not really strong, because first of all we have different version of history. Even with Reluca, we had a debate. We have different vision of on history, and but I think that we were built because of our geopolitical situation, because we suffered 300 years of Ottoman Empire. We were on a part of Russian Empire, Soviet Union. It's a huge mix, and how to say, we are already quite flexible inside. And in this situation, being connected historically with Russia and with Romania, we're just trying to keep this balance, considering the Moldavian people, being proud that we have sovereignty, that we are independent, and we are really neutral. I think that today it's not a weak side, it's a courage to be neutral.
I also think actually that this might not be bad. It depends, because you might have shared values. I'm coming back to my values. If you have shared values, you don't have, to me there's also danger to be nationalistic, to be Moldova above all. If it is values above all, it's more sustainable. So I think there is hope to this.
Just to complete briefly, or Raluca, you wanted something to say?
Yes, just wanted to say that Moldova already fought a war with Russia, and Moldovans fought for their country in 1992. But bringing to the table the identity, it is important. Yet again, they fought for their country in 1992. I just wanted to address the question about the emotional attitude towards neutrality. From what I saw on the TV stations in Moldova, this attitude is based on fear. It is not well informed. There are not debates about NATO. The other day, Lavrov threatened Moldova because the President Maia Sandu had the courage to speak about NATO. So this attitude towards neutrality is emotionally based. It's not rational. And it just as the attitude towards EU shifted when EU came closer to Moldova, I think there is a lot of space to change this if the citizens are informed correctly. And here is a need for project and support, just to link this to your question earlier.
If I can add also, I don't agree that it is about fear. I think that it's historical. We are built like this. I want to make a parallel with Switzerland, because their society is also very multi-ethnical. A big part of German-speaking, a big part of French-speaking and Italian-speaking. And during Second World War, there was a big conflict: who is for Germany, who is against. And to glue the society, to create it stronger and to preserve the country, they, became more stronger in neutral position. And I think for our society also, which are very, also differently oriented, who is pro-European, who is pro-Russian and so on, this is the possibility to be stronger like a society.
And just to complete my colleagues which have said, our identity, national identity, have two levels or two aspects important. As a citizens, all of the people from Moldova are proud that they are Moldovans.
That's true.
From the ethnic point of view, we have multi-ethnic society and Bulgarians this difference is very, very important for the social cohesion in our country. That Bulgarians from Moldova are not the same Bulgarians from Bulgaria. The Russians from Moldova are not the same the Russians from Russia. And maybe I can suppose that the Russians from Estonia are quite different from the Russians from Russia. And the Romanians from Moldova, there are differences from Romanians from Romania.
I don't agree.
The Ukrainians from Moldova are different of the Ukrainians from the Ukraine. And that's why this cultural
diversity.
The cultural diversity, which exists already several centuries, allows us to say about, to tell about the civic nation, civic Moldovan nation. Maybe it is not perfectly state today, but we are achieving, we are going on this way. Thank you. Other questions, please?
Yes, I have one question, or I have actually comment for the NATO question. In the multiple decades, Finland was very neutral for everything about military things. Just we have a defense force in Finland, especially word defense force. So, but now when the war started, before the war, there was like a percentage about maybe 30% or 35% pro-NATO in Finland. But after the war, in 1 month, the percentage go for 65 or 70% pro-NATO. So all that, what Russia did, make Finland to apply for NATO, and all the accusations or talking about that Finland is not a nice country anymore to Russia. It's their own idea for coming this part of how they treat other nations now. So they have built their sandbox themselves, and now they play at only themselves in the sandbox. Anybody else don't want to go play with them anymore. Just an idea to tell that the NATO question was very long talking in Finland, but suddenly something changed so dramatically that Finland decided to apply to NATO together with Sweden, and there's no question anymore for after that what we do and where we stand. We are not neutral anymore for that side.
This was not a question, so
it's not a question, it was a comment.
I also would like to comment, because we don't have Stockholm syndrome in our society. That's why we are not negotiating with terrorists.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the comment. And the question?
Yeah, a question and comment. Actually, this neutrality issue I think, is very important. And you know, our colleague here talked about his country, Finland. I mean, given the way the war is going, even from the beginning of the war, one has to take sides. And it's also linked to the normative framework and to values. Small countries, in particular in Europe, cannot survive on their own. And this is the choice that Finland and Sweden have made. It's a debate that started in Austria, never mind where, there's also, it's a neutrality. Even in Cyprus, a country that I know better, is closer to my country, Greece, there is a debate about, conceivably, it might not happen, but, Cyprus is providing assistance to NATO or NATO countries in another way to help the war effort. But this is also linked to the reality. The reality is the European order has changed because of the Russian invasion, and one has to take sides. And it's also about strengthening the normative framework, which is just as important, whether one is an EU member state and or a NATO member state. I mean, there's a clear dividing line there. So I understand the dynamics in Moldova are what they are. Every country can have the same argument. In every country, there are different opinions about where one stands. Some of it is based on ethnicity, other of it is based on ideology. But it is a reality that now one has to start taking sides. And Moldova is interesting in the sense, yes, you keep talking about the president. Oh, I know well your foreign minister. I mean, I know where they stand, right? But, and we know that this is a government that in the next electoral cycle might not last because of the huge differences that exist in Moldova. But I think the real debate is about taking sides, and it's also about, therefore, civil society, the citizens understanding that. That's all. It was just a comment, a general comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Do we have some questions?
No.
If not, let us set a line for our discussions. Thank you for our experts, and thank you for your attention. Now we're the next exercise is working groups. Matt Brogdon is responsible for this for this point of the program.
Hello? We have 4 experts, so maybe we could get to 4 tables, so there's an expert at each table, and have discussions, and somebody will be appointed at each table as the rapporteur to come back to the large group at the end and say what the recommendations might be coming out from this conference. Okay? Go. So we need 1 expert at each table. person's waiting online? We have a speaker online? For the next one or for the last one? Okay.
Okay, could I have your attention, please? I think we're going to start our next panel. So, Annalisa, if you would like to come over and organize the panel.
I know, but I can't figure out where to turn it off.
Excellent notes, I need to say.
Somebody online. Yeah, online.
Yeah. Experience shown everywhere.
Do you have online participants?
Yes, Yemi. Oh, Yemi, the last one.
Oh, okay.
Levin, Krista, Beate, and Denise.
No, because the people sit there have
headphones.
yes. Because this is for the question. Go to Paul. You? Oh. Okay.
I was like TV comment.
Okay.
So we can start, right?
Yep.
Or, hello, dear participants, and this is our last panel discussion, and I would like to introduce first speaker, and main topic it will be how to make Nordic-Baltic partnership more conscious inclusion into issues of security and make it more sustainable, how to come in terms with sustainability and how address more effectively risks, how to make it more responsible to standards which are should be developed in each case. And the first speaker is Beata Patashova, Program Officer for Russia and East European Partners Engagement. Yes, in NATO quarters. So I think you.
Can I?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here today with you all, and really interesting discussions so far. And actually today I'm going to start with outlining NATO agenda and priorities, and towards the end I will move to the issue of Finland and Sweden joining NATO. So, as you know, now Europe is facing serious security challenges. Russia's invasion of Ukraine will have far-reaching consequences for years to come, not only in Europe, but everywhere in the world. And now it's time to stand up to Russian aggression and to show our unwavering support to Ukraine. 24th of February 2023 will mark 1 year since Russia launched its brutal invasion of Ukraine. Putin was trying to take Kyiv in a few days and defeat Ukraine in a few weeks, but he clearly failed because of the bravery of Ukrainian people and, of course, the support that they're receiving from partners, such as NATO. Ukrainians have retaken Kharkiv in the east, Kherson in the south, and they kicked out Russians from Kyiv region as well. In fact, Putin underestimated Ukraine's determination and NATO's unity. NATO and allies are providing unprecedented support to Ukraine to enable Ukraine to achieve a just and sustainable peace. We must continue providing military support because stronger Ukraine means that the war is going to end sooner. Wars are unpredictable, but most of them end at the negotiating table. Success on the ground will depend on how strong Ukraine is militarily. The key task for NATO is to prevent escalation, and we do it by sending a clear signal to Moscow that NATO will protect and defend every inch of Allied territory, including here in Estonia, where Russian border seems so close. Faced with new security environment, the Allies agreed the new strategic concept last summer. You might have heard about it already. And the new strategic concept reflects how our security environment has changed over the past decade. And today, Euro-Atlantic area is no longer at peace. Strategic competition, instability, and recurrent shocks defined broader security environment. First of all, NATO's strategic concept describes Russia as the most significant and direct threat to our security, while terrorism is defined as the most direct asymmetric threat. Also, for the first time, China is mentioned in NATO's strategic concept. In fact, allies noted that China's stated ambition and its coercive policies challenge our values, challenge NATO values, our interests and our security. Of course, that does not mean that we will stop trading with China, because there are ways to engage on some aspects, as for example, climate change and arms control. The strategic concept also underscores the key purpose and the greatest responsibility of NATO, to ensure the collective defense of allies against all threats coming from any direction. So at the summit in Madrid, the allies agreed the fundamental shift in our deterrence and defense. In fact, this is the biggest overhaul of defense and deterrence since the Cold War ended 30 years ago. We recognize that in order to defend our allies, we need to significantly step up our deterrence and defense. NATO is strengthening its forward defenses, enhancing the battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance, including here in Estonia. As you know, they will be increased to brigade level. We also established 4 more battle groups that are going to defend the allies. And NATO is further stepping up with 40,000 troops under NATO command and 100 ships in the sea and planes in the air. All of this sends a clear message to Moscow that we will protect and defend every inch of Allied territory. We're also transforming NATO's response force and increasing the number to 300,000 troops. We're also increasing the stockpiles of ammunition, which is very important, and we're using our long-term defense planning process to increase the demand to show our long-term demand to boost production of military equipment. We're also upgrading our defense plans with forces pre-assigned to defense-specific allies. In response to the Nord Stream sabotage, allies have significantly increased their military presence around the key infrastructure. It is also important to recognize how important are partnerships in today's world. This is why allies agreed to step up cooperation with Indo-Pacific partners, including on cyber defense, new technologies, maritime security, climate change, and countering disinformation. We are also doing more with other partners, specifically those that are vulnerable to Russian manipulation, Russian pressure, including Bosnia and Herzegovina, Georgia, and Moldova. We will help build them their ability to defend themselves and strengthen their resilience. And I'm glad that we discussed Moldova earlier today. At the Madrid summit, NATO also reaffirmed our commitment to NATO open door policy, which brings me to the issue of Finland and Sweden. All allies made the historic decision to invite Finland and Sweden to become members of NATO. And all allies have signed the accession protocols at the NATO summit in Madrid. The ratification of Finland and Sweden's accession is almost complete. Their full accession will make us all safer, NATO stronger, and Euro-Atlantic area more secure. Finland and Sweden would be joining NATO amidst a new historical context and changed security environment. In fact, we are facing a war in the European continent, and Finland's and Sweden's historic decision to join the alliance only underscores how serious the security threats are. And this is just the latest expression of one of NATO's most successful policies, the open door. NATO allies are unwavering in their support to every nation to choose their own path. It is not up to Russia or anyone else to decide who joins NATO and who does not. It is only for the applying country and for the allies to decide. It is a sovereign decision on the part of Finland and Sweden, and which one that reflects their values and their own assessments of their new security environment. And we are currently working on the way forward. Turkey, a NATO ally, has expressed legitimate concerns, legitimate security concerns, and we are confident that the alliance will be able to work through them and solve these questions. And we've already seen a range of high-level meetings with this regard, within NATO and bilaterally, also facilitated by the NATO Secretary General. NATO is well suited to resolve these types of questions, and we hope to find a solution to allow Finland and Sweden to become members as soon as possible. So what will the accession mean? It will mean that NATO gains two long-standing partners, two long-standing democracies who are already interoperable and who are strong security providers. It will demonstrate clearly to Russia that aggression does not pay. Putin wanted weaker NATO, he got stronger NATO because of his aggression against Ukraine. And European security will not be dictated by violence and intimidation. And it will make Finland and Sweden safer as well. It will make NATO stronger and Euro-Atlantic area more secure. There are many benefits to Sweden and Finland joining NATO. First of all, it will boost all of our transatlantic security. And once they join, 7 out of 8 Arctic states will be members of NATO. Finland and Sweden are already one of the 2 closest NATO partners, and they both have considerable military capabilities. Their membership will significantly enhance our posture. Finland and Sweden and NATO allies share the same values and face many of the same challenges. And our forces have trained together for many, many years, and we continue to share information. Finland maintains an army with very substantial reserves, and Sweden has strong air and naval forces. Both forces operate with NATO standards and have high-end capabilities. And both countries also contributed to several NATO operations and missions. So we can see that, in a way, Putin had made NATO stronger, and soon we will have 32 NATO allies. But it is important to remember that Russia has not given up its objective and is preparing new offensives in Ukraine. And if Putin wins, that would send a signal to other authoritarian regimes that they can use force to change the borders to achieve their goals. And that would make the whole world more dangerous. The strength of NATO is that despite our differences, and despite the fact that we're 30 currently and soon be 32, we might have some differences, it's inevitable. But we unite around our core task to defend each other. And this is the most important. And our unity is more crucial than ever as we face the biggest security crisis since World War II. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very essential and interesting, but I heard a lot around in academia, especially that sometimes people also asking the question if if entrance of Finland and Sweden into NATO would be escalate maybe Russian aggression or Russian response on that, because they always refer to expansion of NATO, and maybe this act also will somehow yes, influence on the Russian more aggressive behavior and the reason to justify aggression. So maybe later you can also address this a little bit. And now I would like to invite the next speaker. I think it's Flemming Hansen. And it will be about more practical thing, like how use of new technology in military capacities, dissemination and combating of disinformation in Nordic and Baltic states. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would like to, well, it's here.
Presentation.
Yeah. How do I change? On the box, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to address you today. I've been asked to speak on this panel on the Nordic countries and the Baltic Sea, on some of the issues that we have touched upon already, which would be information operations, disinformation, cognitive resilience, cognitive security, these kind of things. And I wasn't quite sure how to address you today. Because I feel that overall we're doing really well, which of course is a really good message. When we look at the war, and it was just mentioned, it's almost been 1 year, a number of factors have been quite surprising. One of the things that have surprised me, and I guess many others, is just how poorly the Russian information operations have been executed and how poorly they have sort of succeeded. And we may have overestimated their ability to really design and execute operations that work. And I'll try to get back to this. So that's one of the interesting things. Another thing, of course, would be cyber operations. They also largely failed in their cyber operations. And perhaps we also have overestimated that. So I'll try to say something more broadly instead. And then we may talk about why it is that the Nordic and Baltic states do so well. We like to tell ourselves that we do really well. We're just too modest to say it out openly. You know, even when it comes to modesty, we're also the best. But we do fairly well. So let's try perhaps to extract some experiences that we can share and maybe discuss about what it is that we have done. We usually turn to Finland for experience. So even within the region, even if we all think that we're doing quite well, we look towards the Finns and say they really know how to deal with this. And perhaps we'll have an opportunity to discuss that. So I'll say a few words about information operations and new technology, and then try to tie it into the regional perspective. First, I'd like to open with a quote by Vladislav Surkov, whom many of you will know, who is now, he's not inside the Kremlin anymore, but he was at this time, and he speaks about interference in elections. He says that Russia is performing operations in their brains and do not know what to do with their own changed consciousnesses. We have more recent examples. Yevgeny Prigozhin, whom many of you will also know, also talked about interference in US elections. He said, of course, we've done this before, we'll do it again. So a new kind of confidence that they are exhibiting. And Surkov spoke about the way that Russian information operations work, and of course we shouldn't trust him. He's trying sort of to present a picture of just how powerful they are and how effective it works. But we should take note of it, of course, also the fact that they now say so openly. So it has to do with the cognitive domain. And now there was talk about NATO's strategic concept. We know, of course, how militaries have redesigned the way that they think about domains. So, for instance, the cyber domain and space domain have been included. The cognitive domain, of course, is still not an operational domain. It's not recognized as such. But we should really focus now on the cognitive domain, and what I'll be discussing today will be the interaction between cognitive and cyber domains. And here's an example. This is from Novaya Gazeta, and you're all familiar, of course, with Russian disinformation. We have so many examples, and we can draw on more examples today. But this is from Novaya Gazeta, and it's a reference to the soldier Zweig, and it speaks about fake, and it's just really nice. And it's Novaya Gazeta, of course, as you will also know, has been under tremendous pressure since the war began. This is an example. Novaya Gazeta looked at the way Russian state-controlled media would discuss COVID-19 vaccines. And whereas in Russia, of course, they would encourage the population to be vaccinated with the Sputnik vaccine, elsewhere they would discourage it. So they would run stories about how dangerous the vaccines would be, that they would have unintended consequences and so on. So quite interesting, and Novaya Gazeta really sort of dug into this, and they presented some very interesting work on how Russian state-controlled media will present these different narratives to achieve certain effects. And so we need to look at the cyber and cognitive domains, and I speak about the big bangs here, which is not something new. The way that I like to present this is that we have domains. So usually when I think of the domains, I think of three domains: a physical domain, a cyber domain, and a cognitive domain. When you turn to the military thinking instead, they will sort of, now I point to these in a horizontal way. I usually think of the military domains as stacked vertically, so that will be land, sea, air, space, and cyber. And then they have added also to some extent the cognitive domain. The focus increasingly on this. This is also happening within NATO, but it's still not an operational domain. But we have two domains that are expanding rapidly, and one more than the other. The cognitive domain, of course, does not expand so rapidly. It's not that we are becoming much better at doing things, but it is that it refers to the fact that we have a much better understanding of how the brain works and how we may try to influence people to achieve certain effects. The cyber domain, of course, is expanding really rapidly, and you all know about artificial intelligence, of course, you know about quantum computing. Even Denmark, the country that I represent, had a major breakthrough in quantum computing just a couple of weeks ago. A state institution cooperating with the Danish Technical University managed to send a signal via quantum computing. And it's something that we have really focused on. And states do this, of course, and companies do this. And to some extent, companies are leading, of course, in this. So I like to think of this as big bangs in a way that when we look at it from a military perspective, if you imagine this as our cyber domain, then the walls will be expanding. Everything is sort of being pushed outwards, and all states are rushing towards the corners because everyone wants to be the first to arrive at the corner. But the point is that they will never arrive because it keeps expanding. But whoever leads will have a great advantage. And that's true, of course, for artificial intelligence, which has been with us for many years, but is developing really, really fast. And then, of course, quantum computing. So, but that's more from a military perspective. We're looking now at how to apply this, for instance, in autonomous weapon systems and so on. So, when we speak about the cyber domain, or we speak about cognitive domain and the way that we may influence people, it's interesting, of course, to see how data evolves. And this is just an illustration of it. For those of you who don't read the last line, it says that these are zettabytes. It's not really important. You get the idea. And if you think back and you think about your first telephone and you think about your first computer and so on, the digital footprint that you have, of course, is enormous today compared to how it was just 5 years ago and 15 years ago and so on. And most people will remember, of course, when they had their first telephone. So this gives you an indication of it, and data, of course, harvested in this way will be very interesting. We all know this. And states are also looking to get hold of this, and they're looking to transform the data, the big data, into information. We usually say that data is only turned into information once it's contextualized. So we need the contextualization, which is where we have subject matter expertise. This is where many of us were wrong when we looked at the war in Ukraine. We didn't expect it. So subject matter experts who were supposed to sort of contextualize the data that came failed in this. And then we have the meta level, the meta text, which is where for instance, we built on rational choice. Earlier today, we heard about rationality and rational choice. And this, of course, is very much how we deal with things. We have certain sort of ideas about how actors engage in particular actions, events, and so on, and that's based basically on that. The point is that we have a lot of data, and we contextualize this through subject matter expertise, but the point is also that technology may play an increasingly dominant role at different levels, especially when it comes to contextualization and to find patterns. So this is what it does. So patterns, for instance, in consumer preferences. You know, when you go to a supermarket today, or at least a major supermarket, they use artificial intelligence to tell the staff where to put the different goods at different points. And so they contextualize it. All the data is harvested, but they have algorithms to contextualize it and to sort of draw meaning from it. And then, of course, as I just said, cyberdomain is both source and tool. It's a source because this is where we get the information. We harvest the data and we turn it into information that we can use. But it's also a tool because we use the cyberdomain to access the cognitive domain. And one of the interesting things now when we speak about Russia, which is also what I do, we see, of course, now there's a lot of focus on Russian disinformation campaigns, information operations, and there should be. But we often tend to neglect the fact that the most important information space for the Russian regime, of course, is the Russian information space. And we see a very aggressive policy also where the regime will try to influence people even in the most intimate settings. So people return from work and they sit on the sofa with a cup of tea and then the regime will be on their smartphone. So it's also a tool. It's both a source and a tool. So you use it as a tool to harvest information or data and turn it into information, and then you design strategies that may or may not work. And then of course, in a bigger scale, it's a learning race between offensive and defensive actors, and usually I say I'm quite skeptical and pessimistic when it comes to this, but I may have to reevaluate this because I think that we are doing quite well at the moment. There could be a mental sort of breakthrough as well, which I'll discuss. But usually we would say, of course, that when you look, for instance, at development of artificial intelligence and quantum computing and so on, you would say that offensive actors have an advantage. So they will usually be just half a step or maybe a quarter of a step in front because they may turn something that, you know, the term weaponization, of course, something that we didn't think of, something that couldn't be, we didn't think of it as something that could be weaponized, suddenly they will weaponize it. And then we need to design an answer to that. So usually there will be a small advantage. Here's a very simple formula for how to assess this. So we have sender, which could be the Russian state. A piece of communication is put together. There's a recipient and there is a cognitive effect. And as I said, we all know of these examples. We mentioned several examples already this day, and we may refer to others later on. But this is a way of doing it. And this is from a Russian textbook on manipulation. And it may seem relatively simple. It actually is. It's from a leading textbook. It's by Novikov and Gerasimov, for those of you who are interested. It's a different Gerasimov. So this is a professor of psychology who deals with manipulation. But this is an example. So they speak about how to manipulate, how to influence people, how to produce particular preferences. And they use the image of this rock, which is sitting on a small hill, and they say, well, if you want to move the rock, you need to figure out how much energy to apply. So you need to figure out how heavy it is, and you need to figure out how far you want to move it, and then you decide how much energy you need to apply. And we refer to this, of course, as kinetic energy. The point is that when you do information operations, the kinetic energy, the energy comes in the form of information. So you need to find a piece or pieces of information that have so much energy that you can move, let's say, your voters as far as you want to, as many voters as you want to, as far as you want to. So you want to find pieces of information that contain a lot of energy. And we already talked about some of these today. So you will have pieces that spring up, like, for instance, Ukrainian women in Poland, or Poles are getting really tired of Ukrainians, are ready to kick them out. All kinds of stories that will come up every day. They will have different levels of energy. Sometimes the story will contain so much energy that we just don't believe it. But we all know of pieces of information that we receive either privately or in the workplace and so on that contain so much energy that we need to get up. I mean, you can't just sit still. And this is what they're looking for. So it really is about how to move the electorate. So I'd like to give just 2 examples from how to deal with this. I was a judge on the US Paris Tech Challenge where companies could submit ideas and then get financial support to develop these ideas on how to deal with disinformation. I brought just 2 of these. This is from 2021. And we selected 3 winners from the US Paris Tech Challenge, and they all deal with disinformation, and they all focus on technical solutions. Now, I talked about this race between offensive and defensive actors, and usually there will be a small advantage, and there will be, but these are very clever ways of dealing with this. So first is Invid. We verify, and this is how they present their work. But they use algorithms, intelligence, not stupid, but intelligent algorithms for automatic content verification. And so you can see whether it has been investigated and proven false and debunked earlier. So it's a tool, it's a browser add-on that you may run when you come across a story. Let's say you come across a story about Ukrainian women in Poland, and then you run this piece of software and it will check whether some of these stories have actually occurred earlier and whether other people have looked into them and have debunked this and have actually made clear to everyone that you shouldn't trust some of this. And a different one, and this is a set it's a database, of course, where stories will be debunked, and so it ties very well into the algorithms that I just discussed, is a global disinformation index. Now you'll see there's a lot of work, of course, on the coronavirus. Now I mentioned this from Novaya Gazeta, also disinformation, Russian disinformation tied to the coronavirus and to vaccines. And a lot of very prominent examples are from the COVID-19 pandemic. It captures pieces of content daily, combining data with machine learning, human review to identify websites and so on. Dynamic exclusion list database. One of the things that is actually really interesting about this, and which we often forget, is the monetization of disinformation. So what they try to do is to get to the roots of at least part of it, not necessarily the Russian disinformation or state-sponsored disinformation, but disinformation that is really done for the purpose of monetization. So you will have people, as we all know, in Macedonia, for instance, who will be producing disinformation, but only to make money from this. They do not have any particular political purposes or anything. And so they will make a note of this, and hopefully, this is the point, they will try to scare away people who may be tempted to either go to these sites or, even worse perhaps, to advertise on them. So sender communication, recipient, cognitive effect, as I said, is really difficult. And one of the things that we should also take note of, as studies have shown now, I deal with this at a very overall level, looking at the political thinking, military thinking behind some of this. But there are people, of course, who will scrape information and they will look at the way that it's being disseminated. And findings also suggest that often it doesn't have, first when you look at Twitter, it doesn't have quite the effect, the cascade effect that we most of us probably expect. So we should take also some comfort from that. So it's really difficult to open the gates to the cognitive domain. You need to find the key, and of course data is clue, information is a clue, is key here, but it's really difficult. And this may also be why some of the disinformation campaigns that we see perform so poorly. Again, you need to understand the contextual environment, and if you're not particularly, we know, of course, let's say Russian disinformation targeting US voters often will fail simply because of errors in syntax. It could be errors in the way that you address each other. So little things that will reveal that this is not someone who is a native speaker, someone who is actually who this person pretends to be. And it's all within the context. So we have, as I said, a new awareness. I feel quite confident, and you may not see this from what I present, but I've been working on this for a number of years. And I've been going around in Denmark and elsewhere saying we really need to be focused on this, and we still do. So this is not to suggest that we should just relax, but I do see a new awareness, and this new awareness has come since 2014, and particularly since 2022. So since 2014, when everyone started to talk about hybrid war, and we needed to understand what it was, and of course it has a cognitive dimension, which is really important. I see this new awareness. This is also, if you look at the Nordic and Baltic states, you will see that new programs were introduced, again in Finland, for instance. I've also done this in Denmark, speaking about disinformation for school children, but also for senior citizens. There's a huge interest in this. And this has been developing since 2014. But there is a new awareness, a new acuteness now because of the war in Ukraine. So I think that any attempt sort of to penetrate our wider public space will be quite difficult. We have set up task forces, cross-ministerial, for the past, I think, 3 or 4 elections that we have had. These are parliamentary elections, EU parliamentary elections, national elections, EU parliamentary elections, and a referendum. And so task forces have been set up, and the findings suggest that we haven't seen any attempts. And our now previous Minister of Defense famously said that it's because we're too smart. And we all thought that this was probably true. So the Russians were saying there's no need to get involved in Denmark because you're just too smart for it. But there is this kind of cognitive awareness. So as I said, learning race, defensive actors will usually be one step behind, but that's more for the technological, those of you who are technologically interested. Increasingly machine versus machine. We're seeing this already to a very large extent. Strong cognitive resilience. Let me just say a few words, just very briefly, and then I'll end. Now, we heard about NATO enlargement. Of course, if you look around the Baltic Sea area now, the wider Baltic Sea area, you will have a situation where we have Russia on one side, and we have 8 NATO member states on the other side. But we already have a situation, of course, where we have Russia on one side and 8 EU member states on the other side. And when I look at some of these challenges and the tools that we need to develop, it really is an EU thing. It is situated within the European Union standards, European Union institutions, really, and this is not to speak poorly of NATO, which is doing a tremendous job at the moment, but this is just to suggest that there is a division of labor, and this, I think, I feel firmly committed, really is an EU task to support this and also help develop this. So it's important to share lessons learned. We do this widely. For instance, when it comes to cyber defense, which is quite similar to this. And it is an ongoing effort. This is really important. So as I said, no one should think that we have now arrived and we can just sit still, because we cannot. We need to focus on this. We need to keep focusing because technology is developing and because we're learning still more about how to influence different target groups to achieve the objectives that we're looking for. And then finally, just a piece of it's an advert. For those of you who may be interested, I did an article on war in the cognitive domain. And again, keep in mind, the cognitive domain is not an operational domain, so I'm really stretching it here to make it sound really interesting. But it came out just about a year ago. So about Russian thinking about how to influence people, how to use the cognitive domain to achieve certain effects. And with that, I suggest to end. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, it's a very relevant topic because Russia is indeed create really alternative picture of reality. It's such strong cognitive phenomenon that it includes really not only rational, as you said, but something broader, right, than rational, cognitive, and it plays also in emotions, but it's also very, very logical at the same time. And it's very interesting. But later we can discuss questions, maybe after all presenters, yeah, more I think. And I would be happy to introduce another speaker, Christer Haglund. the director of Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Estonia, with the presentation on the role of global cooperation, international institutions, and organization in supporting peace, democracy, and freedom. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Here I am again. Last time I was speaking at this forum, it was in December in Tallinn, then the huge majority of the audience were youngsters. So I was almost considering today to have my presentation in rap style. But now I see that we have mostly experts here, so perhaps bossa nova mode would be more suitable, I don't know. Anyway, it has been said over and over again today already that we live in a very tense geopolitical world right now, and rightfully so. That's the way it is. And it's a pity, of course, for many reasons, but also, of course, our common global efforts should, of course, be directed and focused on climate change and how to move quickly towards a green transition right now. That is the things that we should do, everybody in common. Instead, after Russia brutally attacked Ukraine, causing tremendous suffering for no logical reason at all, much of our focus and effort is and must be, of course, on supporting Ukraine. And then in Asia, China is sharpening the tone about Taiwan, and on the Korean peninsula, North Korea, or as they so funny call it, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, is messing with nuclear weapons instead of at least securing enough food for their starving citizens. So what do these countries have in common? They are led by autocrats, and freedom of speech is severely restricted in these countries. But here in Estonia, we are happy to live in a democracy where opinions and discussions are not only accepted, but also encouraged. And now in these challenging times, we need to engage in discussions in order to understand each other better and in order to come with new solutions to these present problems. So in order to aim for a sustainable future and a globally sustainable future, every one of us need to protect and actively work for democracy each and every day, on a local level, on a regional level, on a national level. We can never, ever take democracy for granted. And if we do, we might one day end up with rotten leaders whose only goal is to have a monopoly on opinions and power and egoistic gain. Democracy is a very fragile phenomenon, like we have seen, even in the USA during the end of the Trump era, but also in Europe, Hungary, Turkey. And when we heard about Finland's and Sweden's NATO membership, they have been approved by 28 of the 30 NATO countries. And what a coincidence that Hungary and Turkey have not approved the memberships. It's a mystery. Huge mystery. But anyway, we know that the democracy provides us with the best guarantees of the rights of the people, quality of life, and a sustainable economy. And last but not least, the democracy is, of course, the best platform for a peaceful coexistence. What can then an international organization like, for example, the one I am representing, the Nordic Council of Ministers, do to support democracy? Well, we want to initiate discussions on the pressing matters, big and small, to engage people and to include as many as possible in shaping our common future, be it on a local, regional, national, or international level. We are not telling anyone what to do, but we gladly give examples on how we in the Nordics have tackled similar challenges. Then it is up to others to pick up the best examples if they want to and possibly modify for their own needs. We want each and everyone to be heard, to be included in the planning of the future and in the decision making. Not to suppress the discussions like dictators want to do. Then messy as democracy can be, airing differences is often necessary to overcome them. Solving problems requires open sharing of information and the evaluation of all options at hand. To succeed, countries need to forge unity rather than fake it, and welcome diversity. But that doesn't happen automatically. You have to work hard for it, and it takes time. But when democracies act, they can mobilize far greater energy, innovation, and welfare than autocracies. And all is built upon a sustainable platform. Kreml has believed for years that the West and the democracy is in a decline, dysfunctional and self-obsessed, with internal political fights and quarrels. Autocrats like Putin see this as a sign of weakness. What such leaders do not understand is that the democracy's strength lies in its ability to process disagreements, rather to sweep them under the carpet or kill them. And such leaders simply become blind to the true state of reality and public opinion. Since no one dared to say the truth to a dictator, Putin believed that Kiev could be taken in 3 days with a supreme army, and Ukrainians would welcome him with open arms. So he was told. But the money budgeted for renewal of his army was spent on luxury yachts, expensive flats, and jet-set life in Europe, the continent they so despise. But for some odd reason, invest in and use their stolen money in and spend their vacation in. Odd, isn't it? And the Ukrainians, also Russian-speaking Ukrainians, stood firmly up against this brutal attack. And now, Putin is gathering winter clothes for his army from North Korea and drones from Iran. What a gang, isn't it? And this, thanks to the brave Ukrainians, they showed us that this self-proclaimed world's second strongest army actually was an Potemkin backdrop or an illusion, but unfortunately a deadly one. and still available and will be for a long time still available to terrorize innocent people. But he is a big-time loser already. But at the same time, we need to remember that the dictator does not give up his power until he is removed from his seat, often violently. In Putin's dream world, we could not sit here today, and I could not speak out these words. Well, I could, of course, but would probably end up in jail for at least 10 years for this dangerous message I'm spreading. Or then I would be flying out of a window, so I appreciate you for choosing this place today. But that is the reality of an autocracy, ruling with hate, power, and suppression until it all falls into dust, instead of building a sustainable, prosperous future for the citizens. That would also have been possible in Russia. They would have had all the resources for it. But they failed. My organization actually also worked in Russia for many years in order to support the strengthening of the civil society. But it all came to an end 2015 when we, the Nordic Council of Ministers, was declared a foreign agent. So, very dangerous organization. And I'm an optimist, I'm an eternal optimist, but when it comes to Russia, I've always been a pessimist. And in all honesty, I think that it would be a massive task to change Russia into a decent democratic nation. Because the Russians have already, during the past 1,000 years or so, been living under different kind of authoritarian leaderships, except for a short time in the 90s when they had a kind of a democracy tryout. So a democratic tradition in Russia is more or less non-existent. But then back to our own backyard. As a result of clear goals and close cooperation and a lot of work for decades, the Nordic region is the most integrated in the world and one of the most, if not the most, sustainable areas in the world. And I'm here and my organization is here, for example, in Estonia and also in Latvia and Lithuania, to include also the Baltic countries in this cooperation. International studies show that measuring happiness, innovation, prosperity, corruption, freedom of speech, equality, more or less whatever, the Nordics are always among the best in the world. So, and I'm from Finland, and we Finns, of course, we have been chosen, I think, 3 years in a row for being the happiness nations in the world. We are, I think, most surprised over that, but... yeah, I know. Yeah. But anyway, in all these, all the Nordic countries, they are always top 10. So it's quite amazing. So does it mean that the job is done and everybody is happy? No, not at all. Like all other countries, we also face considerable challenges. And for life in our region to be good, even in the years to come, the Nordic countries must continue to work to ensure that they are also in the future well governed, that we trust each other. We call the trust, the Nordic trust, it's like our Nordic gold. That we trust each other and that we have relatively equal societies with only small differences. So why is this relevant for today's discussions? You know, you have probably all of you seen the safety videos in airplanes. In case of a low level of oxygen in the cabin, you are supposed to put your mask on yourself before you help your children or any other one. And I think that's a good lesson, and I think it's also applicable in today's world. And each and every one of us who has the possibility to help Ukraine, and also, of course, other countries in need, we have a strong moral obligation to do so. And we must do it. And since repetition is the mother of learning, then I conclude with what I already said in the morning, that we want and we are working for democracy, not autocracy. For trust, not threats. We want discussions, not silence. We want facts, not disinformation. We want inclusion, not isolation. We want freedom of speech and press and not censorship. Hopefulness, not hatred. Happiness, not evilness. Love, not aggression. And last but not least, we want peace, not war. And we want a fair victory for Ukraine against the brutal aggressor. And this, everything we can achieve, but only if we cooperate together. Together we are stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very beautiful speech. And may I introduce the Zoom participant, or like somebody can online? Yes. So it's Jenny Kupila, Jenny Kupila, am I right? Advocacy Work Officer of UNA Finland Association, and she presents the topic how Nordic civil society could contribute to achieve sustainable development by becoming the world's most sustainable and integrated region in 2030. Yes, thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I think I'm unmuted now. Am I? Can you hear me? Yes. Great. So it's a pleasure to join the conference, although I'm here in Tampere, in Finland, and I'm in a nice position to be the last of the speakers, and many of the things that I was going to talk about have already been elaborated by the previous speakers, so I try to be a bit fast. My topic, can I move forward to this? Let's see. Yeah, now, so how Nordic and Baltic region can be the most sustainable region in the world? Well, the simple answer would be that we already have the roadmap for all the countries of the world, and it is the 2030 agenda of the sustainable development. Of course, as we all know, we are not on track, unfortunately. So we need to see how we can accelerate the implementation. As it has been mentioned, the region is doing well. Among the 15, we have 6 countries from the region, and it just shows that, like Finland being the number 1, I know that we have still a lot to do. So no country is actually even very nearby. So we do quite well in the social goals, for example, but we have biggest challenges in the sustainable consumption and production, and in climate change and biodiversity goals. I was just in Kenya for a workshop where they went through their new national strategy on sustainable development, and it's very interesting. They are actually doing the opposite. So they are doing well in sustainable production and consumption, and they're doing well in climate change goals, and they have more challenges on the first 8 goals that focus on social development. So as we know, none of the country in the world has really found the real solution yet. So to take it more to the context, what can we do right now? Well, Russia's aggression to Ukraine has made it really clear that the transition to green energy is a key to reduce the income that Russia has that fuels the war. And it has also brought out the connections between the sustainable development goals that have been there, but maybe not so many people have thought about them so much. So thinking about human rights, democracy, and peace, well, there is goal 16. Also dealing with good governance, including anti-corruption work. And as it was previously pointed out, there's a very strong connection between the autocrats, between the oligarchs, the money coming from the fossil fuels, and now the war. So what can we do? We should invest in renewables the fastest that is possible. Actually, last year was the first year when Europe was producing more energy from renewables than from gas, but it's still like 22% and a bit more, so we are not fast enough. But the second point that I want to really highlight, and this has a lot to do with this information and the kind of the cognitive domain, as it was nicely spelled out by Fleming. We all know that since the war began, Russia started to target the African countries, especially with the information. There was as you mentioned, Fleming, the case of the Ukrainian woman in Poland. Well, it was the same story, that the African people in Ukraine are treated badly. There's a lot of racism. They are not left out of the country. And this was really somehow picking up in the African countries. But then also it was countered quite well, like Nigerian embassy was countering it in public, saying that they got out the students, and Kenya was very strong, saying that this is a colonizing country, and we shouldn't believe on the rhetorics that Russia is taking forward and so on. But still, there is some grounds where it sort of hits the fertile ground, where there's lots of disappointment also with the COVID-19 pandemic, showing the structural inequalities and the sort of the selfishness of the Western countries. So we must continue the global solidarity while we are addressing our region and Ukraine with solidarity. We cannot afford to lose the friendly governments that we have in other parts of the world. This is from the World Economic Forum risk report, and it's just to show the connections. I'm sure you can't read the text very well, but you can see with the different colors, for example, the green part there is the ones that relate to environment, and we have seen, and next to them there is the red one here, natural disasters and extreme weather events, and they have been getting higher and higher on the global risks report each year. And this is also something that was mentioned, but that actually we all should be focusing on climate change and how to deal with that. But unfortunately, we are now in the times of increasingly interlinked crises where we do not have the privilege to deal with one crisis at a time, where we have to really look into the all connections. And one good example is, of course, now the impacts of Russian aggression in Ukraine to the global food security. So the increasing food fuel costs exacerbate social vulnerability, and also...
excuse me,
as you can see...
Jenny, do you hear me? Can you please change your slides, because in our screen we don't see that it's changing. We thought maybe you are not changing them,
it's not
but...
moving. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me stop sharing and try again. Because I am already in my 5th slide or something. Can you see now?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just go back a few slides to show you where I was. So yeah, because this was the divestments, and this was the global connections between the different topics of the SDGs. And this is where we are right now. So when we talk about vulnerability of the societies, one thing is the adaptive capacity and resilience of systems. And I am also going to talk about the cognitive resilience. And I think that's very important, and where the civil society plays a big role as well. But yeah, so the more the societies are stronger, the better they are able to face different risks, whether they are natural or human-induced, and then the vice versa, of course. Even the Secretary General of the UN has been really outspoken about the situation, saying that in this situation, new funding for fossil fuels is delusional. It will only further feed the scourge of war, pollution, and climate catastrophe. And this is really strong language coming from the UN. And this is just to remind us, like for example, in Pakistan, we had huge floods last year, and so many decades of development went backwards, and people really suffered. So we have different crises that we need to tackle like all the time. I'm not going really into detail of this one, since I think we are a bit short of time, but just that the key is to make sure that we do all that we can to move into the renewable energy. Then one thing that I wanted to point out is that like right now, well, the global military spending has been rising since 2015. It passed the $2 trillion milestone in 2021, and this is actually half of the money that it is estimated, and this is annual. It's estimated that we need for the implementation of all the SDGs in the whole world. And in comparison, when we look at the climate finance, the target is $100 billion per year. And it is a bit short of the achievement. And these are some of the things that do cause suspicions in the global South countries, where they feel that the Western countries have so long benefited from industrialization and causing the climate change. And now that they are supposed to develop, there's no sort of climate space for that. And then, on the other hand, they are bearing the biggest brunt of the negative impacts. And of course, then these figures are like before we came up with Russia's war to Ukraine, which has both increased the military spending and will increase the need for reconstruction. Then, well, where should the money come from? Of course, what was really good, last year the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution that calls for Russia to pay for war reparations to Ukraine. What is notable here is that there were 14 countries against. I think my screen is on top of the 14, and 73 abstained. But still, it went through. Then one promising example that is actually talking to the fact that the region is working as a sustainable region. Norway's oil fund has made the promise to step up their support, as they have been beneficiaries of the rising oil prices. And that would be a really fair thing to do. Actually, the only moral thing to do. And then when we look at the SDGs more in general, there's a lot of the same kind of a moral demand and the growing climate litigations against companies who have been benefiting from like fossil fuel production and trying to hide that they know the negative impacts. What is the United Nations sort of the response that actually the report, our common agenda, Secretary General's report came out a year before, so it was in 21, but it was, I think it's still quite topical in identifying where we should go. So it states out that we are in the situation where we are either with the breakdown or breakthrough scenarios, and we can't go on as business as usual. What we need to apply is futures and foresight understanding, and we have to focus on trust and social protection. And this is taking it to the cognitive domain, what we heard from Fleming, and also what we heard so much from the Nordic Council of Representative. I'm sorry, my dear countryman, I can't remember your name right now. What is the strength of this region? I think it talks very closely to this, our common agenda's identification of the new capabilities that are needed to reach this breakthrough. So we need new ways to look at data strategy, innovation agenda, digital transformation, and then the application of behavioral science. So these were all nicely elaborated, as I will not go more into them. The role of civil society is key in achieving all this. So we need everybody to be on board. We need multi-stakeholder cooperation. That's the strength of our region, obviously. And we have been spreading the word globally quite nicely. We need to support the freedom of press and be proactive in the fight against misinformation. Also, UN has a campaign on the fight against misinformation. It's like you have to pause first before you share in the social media. You have to find out, where the sources are and all this. And also, we, as mentioned, in Finland, we do a lot of training, for example, in the schools, like on critical media literacy, and I think that's very, very important. And the other one is on somehow restricting the hate speech. Well, yes, practicing solidarity nearby. We need to make sure that we treat the refugees in a good manner. There has been like really bad examples as well, where people's bad situation has been exploited in this region as well, but also to take notice of the global situation. And then what civil society does also is to act as a watchdog, raising the bar of ambition, making sure that we actually transform the way that we do things. One thing to share about Finland is our new strategy for sustainable development for the years 2030. And what I want to highlight about this is that it was a creational process involving different scientists and the stakeholders of the Sustainable Development Committee. and the government, all the ministries, and this was a long process, and well, now it is up to be implemented, but this is what we came up with. And in Finland, we are now heading for the elections. There's a campaign where there are over 60 Finnish organizations. Most of them are NGOs, but there's also the church and agricultural producers in this campaign, and they are demanding the just transition. So making sure that we address climate change in a socially sustainable way. So we do not hide, as it was mentioned, we do not hide the problems. We bring them to light. We discuss who will be losing from the transition and how can we compensate, how can we make sure that the transition is made in a socially just way. And lastly, I want to highlight the local voluntary reviews. These are good ways for people to get engaged. As it was said, we need engagement for democracy at all levels, starting from the local. I know at least Tallinn has made a great VLR, and many other countries in the region as well. I'm sure also the Nordic countries are doing a Nordic sub-regional report together, which is really interesting and a good example. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for such complex approach with addressing a lot of sustainable development issues. And I would like to ask some questions then from participants, and then the questions from the outside, from the audience then. First, maybe I was having a question to Fleming about, you refer in your end of your presentation about that relationships between the oppressor like not oppressor, but defending and attacking side become in the end as the relationships of machine and machine. Like, can you explain what did you mean by that? And
sure, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, collect questions.
Yeah, maybe then collect questions, right?
Then I have time to think about my answer.
Yeah?
Thank you. First of all, I really would like to thank all four speakers for their very clear and highly instructive presentations. I have three quick technical questions about NATO. What is the link between the new strategic concept and the strategic compass of the EU? The second one is there any change in the new strategic concept with regard to relation with countries members of the Mediterranean Dialogue? And three, we understand that China now has been included in the new strategic concept. So has there been any expansion of the territorial responsibility as described in Article 6 of the Charter? Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's just a general comment. I was just thinking, again, I'll make reference to Fleming. It's interesting in your presentation, you said 8 NATO member states, Russia, and then you added there happen to be 8 EU member states in Russia. And I was thinking about, again, my part of the world, where it's not exactly the same thing. I mean, you know, even geographically, my country, Greece, you know, has the Western Balkan states as its neighbors. Bulgaria is a NATO member state and an EU member state. So it tells you a lot how these processes, it's just a general comment, actually, in order to fight disinformation, have to come to an end, whether it's about the Western Balkans, whether it's about Turkey in that matter, even though it's complicated. We see what happens within NATO and outside NATO. But anyway, your comment also tells you a little bit about the geography, right? And so how much more can be done here. And a lot of work needs to be done, in particular, in my part of the world. And also given, if you think about the EU dimension, in the latest country reports, EU country commission reports, I think in October, about the accession countries, most Western Balkan states correlate about 100% to whatever EU CFSP decisions have been taken, except for Serbia, which is at 65%. And then, of course, we have Turkey at 7%, right? So a lot needs to be done. And I wonder whether there are any lessons learned or what needs to be done. I don't know. It's just a general question. Again, listening to you, I was thinking about my geography, and I wonder what can be done for my part of the world to catch up. Thank you.
Yes, please. One more question?
Yeah. My competitor, Dimitris. This time will be brief. The first one is again to Flem in terms of the machine versus machine. But I'm wondering whether, as what did you describe this process, whether you described this resilience of the Nordic domain. So I'm wondering whether, and what's the role and what kind of education is a counterbalance for this cognitive resilience, or in favor of the cognitive resilience. And the other one is to Beata, actually. And, in continuing to this one, you did mention that within NATO, there is also the element of values and the democratic values. And here, coming from Greece, to be honest, but not only that, and seeing some of the countries, as you mentioned, I'm just wondering how superficial this position is. I'm being a little bit provocative, I'm not necessarily mean it, but just whether we see in cases of, let's say, we have this contradiction between the interest vis-a-vis the values in one specific case. Thank you.
Thank you. So then, no questions anymore. Maybe I also have one small question to each participant, like just your opinion. If we already speak about Russia in this case, like, what do you think members of NATO, how they should deal with Russia in economic sense? Like, to which extent we can relate to Russia? Like, to which extent each member state, as a member state of NATO, which kind of relationships can be with Russia still? Should it be cut, like all of this economic or total isolation, or how, approximately, what is your opinion? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I think we can address, yeah? Thank you. So from you, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm already mic'd on, so I might as well just start. Well, thank you for this. Machine versus machine, well, by this we mean that it's becoming more automated or even autonomous, so that technology will find, someone will find technological solutions to do, for instance, disinformation campaigns, information operations in a broader sense. Now, you all know about chatbots, for instance, that are developing really fast. Some of you may have tried chatbot. Various chatbots, and so we can easily have a situation where machines will be harvesting data, they will be contextualizing data, they will be designing information operations based on that. And I mentioned these examples with errors in syntax, and you can easily have, of course, chatbots that do not have those errors, do not commit them. So you may have machines that are more effective at doing this, and then you will have machines trying to identify information operations, including disinformation. So it's increasingly, we see this already, but it's increasingly a race of machine versus machine. When it comes to the Baltic Sea area, yes, of course, a sea of tranquility until recently. It also explains perhaps something of our attitude towards particular issues. It has changed, of course. Now, when I look at the Baltic Sea area, the wider Baltic Sea area, and I mentioned the 8 member states and the 8 member states, we should anticipate, of course, that because of the war in Ukraine, since 2014, especially since 2022, we will see an increased militarization of the Baltic Sea area. We see this already. It's very clear, it's still very symbolic, but it's very clear. The Kaliningrad area, for instance, the Russian will roll in ballistic missiles once in a while. If they're unhappy with the particular situation, they'll roll in ballistic missiles. Usually these will be Iskander missiles, but now they have upgraded, and now they're using some of the new hypersonic, as they call them, hypersonic missiles. Kinzhal is now being deployed to Kaliningrad, which is a different situation. So for practical purposes, it doesn't really make a difference, but it's symbolic, and we should expect that. What we should also expect now, with the enlargement of NATO to include 8 member states, is that the area will be so dense that what we've seen since 2014 and 2022 is that military capabilities have been pushed northwards into the Baltic Sea area and further onto the Arctic. And I expect that we will see more going into the Arctic. And that's not relevant for this reason, for this region, but it's relevant for the Arctic states, including Denmark. With the Kingdom of Denmark, it's relevant for Finland, it's relevant for Sweden and Norway also. So I expect that we will see this. How to draw lessons from this and bring to your region? Well, your neighborhood is more complex. Our neighborhood is also complex now. It has a high degree of militarization and tension, definitely. But you live, of course, in a complex neighborhood. What the European Union has been really good at doing, but it only applies, of course, to part of your neighborhood. What the EU has been really good at doing, of course, is to present opportunity costs, to convince states that were reluctant to reform as they had to, that the benefits of reforming were so great that they had to accept this. So opportunity cost, giving them an offer which they, well, almost in mafioso style, giving them an offer that they cannot reject. And they've been really good at this. But you are restricted, of course, by the fact that a number of states are simply not qualified for EU membership. And so you will never have a situation where it extends across the entire sea. So difficult and obviously, yeah, complex in its own way. With the cognitive, one thing that I learned, I do, for instance, we have an NGO in Denmark, International Media Support, which is very active, and I do lectures for them, for journalists and other professionals from Moldova and Ukraine, Armenia, when they go to Denmark. And we speak about what it is. They go to Denmark to get inspiration. It's definitely it's in the educational system. I think that it would be to simplify matters too much to say that it's just that. It's also perhaps a lack of real strong social tension. So if you think back about what I talked about, you need to find pieces of information, have so much energy to move the voters or people around, and perhaps we lack some of these. We still do have, I mean, we're not all sort of, it's not that quiet and boring. We also do have issues that are sensitive, but that could also be an issue. Ethnic issues, religious issues perhaps do not cut across in the same way. One thing that I often point to that people think is part of the solution when we speak about disinformation is to have public service media. And they will often look to Finland, for instance, or Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and to say, look, these people have public service media, and that's why they have strong media literacy. And that could also be part of it. There's a place to go to, but we should remember that public service media is not just part of the solution, sometimes it's also part of the problem. Just look at some of the other states. Hungary was mentioned before. I used to live in Hungary, very strong public service media, but public service media in Hungary is part of the problem, it's not part of the solution. So we should be careful not just to jump to the conclusion that this is what everyone needs.
I can address some of the questions that were raised. First of all, the link between strategic concept and the EU strategic compass. Those were two separate parallel processes, but nevertheless, NATO and the EU have strategic partnership, which was actually reaffirmed once again in NATO strategic concept. The EU is our valuable partner, and we continue working with the EU. And also, you might know that earlier in the January, EU and NATO signed the third joint declaration, where we are again reaffirmed the importance of strategic partnership, and actually, in addition to the areas where we already cooperate, like military mobility, for example, we're also going to cooperate on climate security and some other issues. We also work together, for example, on sharing practices and information when it comes to countering disinformation. So there are many areas where EU and NATO are complementary, and this is key. So the EU efforts should be complementary to what NATO is doing in the military domain. We also, of course, have the same position on Russian war against Ukraine, and the EU has imposed sanctions against Russia, which NATO welcomes, obviously. And another area of common concern is China and its influence. Then when it comes to China, mentioned in the strategic concept, indeed China is a security challenge for us. It is not an adversary, but China uses its power, its pressure on its neighbors and in other parts of the world. It also takes control of some critical infrastructure, and we have to make sure that we don't create new dependencies on China. At the same time, we're still going to trade with China, and there are some areas where we work together. We could work together, for example, climate change and arms control. In fact, this is one of the important issues because China is increasing its nuclear arsenal, and without much checks, there's no transparency to it. Then the question about values. Well, yes, NATO has core values, which include democracy, rule of law, individual freedoms, and these are not just words for us, they're important. At the same time, NATO is a family of 30, soon to be 32 allies, and of course there are some differences, and there might be some problems in certain areas. But of course, NATO is using our platforms. Our North Atlantic Council is where we can address all these concerns and talk together and resolve any of the issues. How to deal with Russia in economic sense? This is more of a question, again, on the sanctions, I suppose. NATO itself does not impose economic sanctions because we don't have mechanism for it, and other institutions are better placed to do it. As I already mentioned, for example, the EU. But we support sanctions against Russia. And also important to stress that since 2014, NATO has stopped all practical cooperation with Russia. So even though we kept the dialogue running, the political dialogue has been open, we have stopped practical cooperation, which in past included some science projects, working together on countering terrorism, and some other issues. But we saw that it was no longer possible since Russia occupied Crimea and violated international law. That's all I wanted to mention at the moment.
Yeah, I think, is there any more questions? So we can close. Then we can close the panel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we go back to the item that we have left a little bit earlier, and I call on Professor Mette Brogden to give us, deliver the report on the roundtable discussion. Professor?
Thank you. Who else from the different tables are the rapporteurs for the Moldova discussions? Please come on up. Someone from here? Someone from back there? Maybe not. I'm going to start with the report from my table, from our table. I shouldn't say my table, our table. And so we discussed a number of things. One is that a recent poll of Moldovans showed 50% who viewed the Russian invasion as illegal, but 35% of the Russian speakers did not. So it's not coherent as a Moldovan identity, and tensions are rising. There was an idea that there's a need to oppose disinformation flowing into Moldova. I think there has been some efforts at that, which also increased tension. But that citizens are now understanding that they need security, and Russia can actually be a threat. So they're looking for security allies now. But as Sweden and Finland are now aligned, they're no longer non-aligned. NATO seems to be the only real choice as a security ally. So the thought was eventually Moldova would move into the EU area. Also, a little tongue-in-cheek that following a visit by one of the Russian generals, I think it was into Finland, and he was looking at a map that looked like there was a lot of Russian-leaning countries next to Russia. So there was the idea that we should recommend Russia get some training in cartography. Let's see. Okay, that's pretty much it. That there's still some very thorny issues with Moldova because of this split between Russian aligned folks that live in Moldova and others. Your turn. Thank you.
Okay, so there was one or sorry, say two issues that remained a little bit not agreeing of any. This is whether the Moldova should move on to recognizing multiple languages, especially the second one, as the formal language of the country. And related to this one is the possibility and the functioning of, as a way out, the functioning of a federalist model or applying a federalist model over there. Then in terms of the direction that Moldova should take, this is the process of Europeanization, which includes, of course, strengthening the state institution, good governance, and human rights, and all those aspects that would go hand in hand with this one, but also strengthening the civil society in its performance, yet in such a way that would guarantee transparency and maintaining the autonomous, or at least the independence of the civil society vis-à-vis the state institution or the government apparatus, in order not to jeopardize its legitimacy and its function. And then and one that allow and introduce processes that would increase the exposure of the population to the debates about the notion of neutrality and the threat perception, based much more on arguments, on realistic and rational arguments rather than emotion. And then finally, is introducing strategic communication, which would allow, or including processes that would counter disinformation and propaganda, which means that in that respect they would probably need, and therefore offers or cooperation with the international community on the know-how basis and tools that would allow such a thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another one from somewhere? I meant to add one, and that was an observation that was made that other European countries and NGOs, et cetera, may not really understand from the perspective of Moldovans what their needs are, what their perceived needs are, what they are looking for. So that there needs to be more listening to the population of Moldova itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mete. This concludes our first day of conference. Now we are all invited to the reception, which will start at 7:30 in this room. So what we are being asked is that we need to leave the room so it will be prepared for the reception. But before we do that, with your support, I would thank all our speakers today for the valuable information that they have given us, the discussion, the high-level discussion that we engaged in, and we look forward to the same tomorrow. So thank you, and enjoy the reception.